Kągi, gerą rytą visiems, malonu, kad susirinkot Kauno technologijos universitete, Santakos.
It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome all of you here in Kauno Santaka Valley and all those watching this conference online. So it's high time we open our Sustainable Consumption and Production Conference, how to make it possible, how to react to the needs of modern society in the global world. We're looking forward to having a lot of interactive presentations. The conference is organized by Kaunas Technology University, the Institute of Environmental Engineering, and Darom. And it is my pleasure and privilege to ask Professor Žaneta Stasiškienė to give the opening address. Good morning, everyone. We're starting quite early today. Indeed, when preparing for this speech, I ran through very quickly through the 31 years in the life of our institute, and also some years I have spent with the university. And in the course of these years, we as a team grew, we worked, we left the work, and we came back to this work. So indeed, I said hello mentally while to each and every one of you while preparing for this conference. And at the same time, I'd like to run through very quickly through these 3 decades which have passed. So we will focus today on sustainable consumption and sustainable production. And this question has been in there for a number of years, and it's difficult to come to a very concrete and precise answer. And when we start talking about concrete or particular works, we stop in our tracks and start saying like, this is not working, this is not happening. So at least today, I hope we will come to an agreement that we will be able to move forward successfully in the future. And I'd like to remind you of the goals that guide this way. We talk quite a lot about the need for cooperation between political organization and business, science institutions and research institutions. And my key thesis in this presentation is based on is all about cooperation. So there's a major question as to what are the priorities of the science and research of sustainability. Quite a lot of us are trying to come up with an answer to this question. And when I tried to to enumerate the answers, I came up with 6 priorities. And if we peered or took a closer look at these 6 priorities, we could break them down into another 6, another 6, another 6. And indeed, there's a big plethora of all of those goals. And plus the definitions, they are very diverse, they are changing. So they also encompass equity. Equity is a major part of sustainability, and also the appraisal of current theories, and also development and creation of new theories. If you go back 30 years ago, back in 1987, we came up with this definition of sustainability. Quite a lot of our students were not even born at that point in time. So I think it's imperative that we appraise new concepts. And what's in the focus now is interdisciplinary nature, integration, teamwork, ability to integrate all sorts of competences that are available in our country, at our university, and globally. And of course, sustainability is not just a theoretical matter. It's a major practice, and sustainability cannot focus or boil down just to scientific articles in research journals. It has to be real, it has to be tangible, and we have to feel it in our real life. So we have to understand the state of ecology, ecological cataclysms now, the relation of these cataclysms to our behavior, and also our ability to implement joint agreements. And we also have to understand how much impact we could have on all of that. Plus, another key area is food chain. Of course, we could not be able to imagine our daily life, the impact on our health without this thinking about food chain, plus also the issues of waste, health, etc., etc., etc. So the task is really of that one of high complexity. So what do we in our institute do at Kaunas Technology University? So KTU APINI, that is the acronym, was started with what I refer to as mono tasks, which we were later able to lump together, join together in certain systems. So at this point in time, we cover all of the major areas of the science and research of sustainability, which I have referred to in my previous slide. And we also are taking steps forward. AI is coming to our life, system-based decisions, new materials. And it is indeed great that we are not working in isolation. We work with our colleagues in this university, in other universities, locally and globally. We also work with our former students who are founders of new companies, heads and directors of startups and et cetera, et cetera. So indeed, we have this great deal of cooperation going on. So in practical terms, sustainability was our flagship matter, and indeed we cherished and brought up together this culture of sustainability, and we hope that we were able to pass it on to our students and our staff, who disseminate or spread the message about the importance and need of sustainability, and that indeed makes our hearts glad. We think that our environment is very dynamic, very flexible. It's not something which is stable and rigid. And indeed, I think we need this institute here at KTU. We are very dynamic. We adapt ourselves to all sorts of other challenges. And I think this work is indeed important, and our work is important. Our goals and present time are focused on the ecosystem of sustainability. It's indeed integrated, interdisciplinary, and as I mentioned before, we try to focus at 3 levels. One, our university, that is creating and helping sustainability to become a part of our DNA with our students, with our staff. Another component is the city of Kaunas as the laboratory of sustainable decisions. And of course, last but not least, is this global level. And again, we come up with a question. We have 17 objectives. Really, that is really a lot. And today, we will try to come up with an answer as to how do we achieve that. Quite often, the question is whether sustainability is in the details or not. Maybe we just could take a look at sustainability as at parts of a car or components in a computer system, or maybe parts of a human body. Maybe yes, maybe no, maybe not at all. Indeed, the science of sustainability, it is an interdisciplinary part of science that aims to focus on real problems of the current world and also trying to forecast the future. Indeed, this is a very challenging task which could not be solved without a great team. And indeed, I'd like to thank to the team which has been with us in the course of these 30 years. And indeed, I'd like to thank our team now and wish all the best in the future. And these apples that you see around, they represent the symbol of fertility, happiness, and sustainability. In Lithuania, we have an old Christmas tradition when every member of the family, or when the family is sharing an apple with each other, or pieces of apple with each other. And indeed, we want each and every one to take with you from this conference this apple of sustainability, and the apple of sustainability in your thoughts and in your minds, which is all about working together for a common goal. So I wish each and everyone to have a great discussion, which would lead to some tangible and sustainable results. Thank you.
Ačiū. Ir jūs čiupkit obuolį.
Well, why not start from yourself? Take an apple yourself. Well, we have started quite on a positive note, and we're basically living in very disruptive times in Lithuania and the EU, be it the political or other types of upheavals. We used to be talking about the Green Deal, and now we may ask ourselves whether economic hardships or any other threats are not going to put the Green Deal initiative at a standstill. And this is a question or the issue that is going to be addressed by Mr. Virginijus Sinkevičius, the Euro Commissioner from Lithuania.
Good afternoon. Sustainable consumption and production is always important, even with a war on our borders. Because in addition to the war, the food and energy crisis, and the aftermath of the pandemic, we have other threats waiting in the wings. The first is climate change. This summer, Europe experienced extreme weather events that were more frequent, more violent than ever before. The second is biodiversity loss. In the past 50 years, global wildlife populations have crashed by almost 70%. And the third is pollution. Every year, fine particulate matter causes 300,000 premature deaths in Europe. These three threats are driven by our relentless overuse of natural resources. The EU answer to all these problems is the European Green Deal. It's an effort to transform the EU into a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy. It's a recognition that environmental policy can drive innovation and resource productivity. It shows that protecting our environment is a sure route to strengthen our economy. With the war in Ukraine, the environment and climate crisis became less present in some people's minds. The news is filled with the repercussions of this war, rampant inflation, raising energy and food prices, and potential energy shortages. But when we act for the environment, we are securing our long-term future. We are building up our strategic autonomy, and we are protecting ourselves from future shocks. As many of you know, the Commission recently proposed a new sustainable product initiative to reduce our consumption footprint and double Europe's circular material use rate, which is still only 12%. We need to speed the transition to be a more circular economy, both here in Europe and around the world. Applying new rules is a win-win solution. It will save consumers 100 billion euros by 2030 and will bring energy savings equivalent to 1 year of Russian gas imports. We know it can happen because we saw the effect of the previous eco-design rules on energy-using products. In 2021 alone, the current eco-design measures saved EU consumers 120 billion euros in energy expenditure. They also led to 10% lower annual energy consumption for the products covered by the rules. But acting in Europe will not be enough. We need a process of global change. And that's why we push for ambitious outcomes at the United Nations Environment Assembly on a wide range of topics, including circular economy. One recent success was a resolution adopted by the world's environment ministers. It is inspired by EU priorities, including design for circularity and information sharing along the value chains. And it will give new impetus to global dialogue on sustainable consumption and production. The ecological transition requires new business models that look beyond short-term gain and promote long-term sustainability values. Sustainable consumption and production is our collective path to that more resilient future. We need to respond to the current threats to Europe. We need to build an economy that is stronger and more sustainable.
Kągi, girdėjome Eurokomisarą.
We had the pleasure of listening the message of Euro Commissioner on the Green Deal and the challenges. And now when it comes to the challenges on the soil, we're going to hear from Raminta Radavičienė from the Ministry of Environment, and she's going to speak about the challenges of sustainable development in Lithuania.
Laba diena visiems konferencijos dalyviams.
Good morning to everybody. Good morning, hosts and the academia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy and thankful for having inviting us. And it is happening on a very symbolic time. On this very moment, there is the 27th conference, international conference on climate change is taking place. And the academia and the politicians are looking for the best ways of achieving the goals that they have set themselves so ambitiously. The topic of my presentation is called the challenges in mitigating the climate change and the sustainable Lithuanian development goals. It is a race. Everybody is in it, and only the one who is the winner takes it all, basically. So in terms of the climate change, it is a natural phenomenon and just as real as the pandemic is. Only it is growing exponentially, not as fast as the pandemic. It is for a good reason that we have here so much about the climate change and any efforts done to mitigate the climate change, because every year we are sustaining millions of losses. So it is indeed a valued effort. It is the sovereign's responsibility not to subsidize, but instead decrease the risks with a specific set of policies to address these challenges. What kind of the policies are being implemented in Lithuania in this regard? We have ratified the Paris Convention. Back in 2019, at the European Council, Lithuania upheld the goal of a carbon neutral goal by 2050. And when it comes to the mitigation of climate change goals, these have been also included into the governmental program of Lithuania. And we also have the national climate change national agenda. Every year, the number of natural disasters is growing. And we remember the Paris Convention and its goals. And unfortunately, it is not realistic to achieve the targets set in this convention. So therefore, it is high time we spoke about something more substantial. Even though there are many of us who might hear or say themselves that European Union is not going to save the world from the climate crisis, we in the EU are a flagman for any new policies, and we are setting the new trends. And you may be aware that last week a package of measures was adopted by the European Union, which are targeted at making the whole of Europe carbon neutral. This includes some border measures or projects aimed at promotion of renewables and the likes. How do these goals distribute in various areas? Whenever we're trying to address the climate change issues, and you may see it on my slide, the breakdown on the targets set for the sectors involved in the greenhouse gas emission reduction program. You are aware that greenhouse gas emission targets have been set for the whole of the European Union. And we need to combat them in the in the key sector responsible for the highest emissions. Transport comes among the first sectors. And that means that by 2030, we will have to halve greenhouse gas emissions in the transport sector. So you may have followed the discourse, the public discourse, which is full of various ideas. Some of them are more acceptable, others less acceptable, but indeed the transport sector poses numerous challenges. Today, we have also to speak about another topic, is the adaptation to the climate change. So on the one hand, we have to do all we can to reduce GHGs. On the other hand, we have to adapt to the new reality. And to that end, we may need a number of tools helping individual industries to adapt to the climate change. We should also have an effective early warning system about any upcoming natural disasters to make this possible. Lithuania has planned more than 7 billion euros in investment, in green investments. And we're going to have to expand our body of knowledge how to do it in the best way. There are a number of funds and programs meant for the green transformation. So on this occasion, I would like to say that given that there are so many social stakeholders are participating in this conference, I would like to say that we have 5 working groups on decarbonization, and these groups are fully representative of all the stakeholders. We try to come up with a set of the tools that could allow transform Lithuania into carbon neutral country. We have received roughly 500 of such proposals. 300 of them were prioritized. At the moment, there is a modeling phase, and in the first quarter of the next year, we're going to reach the consultation phase of this project. So we have twice as much needs to satisfy all the project applicants than we have the funds available. So after this application screening has been completed, so we will try to select the best options possible. So how do we see and what are those main public policy measures that could give the major contribution? So starting from the energy efficient houses, to that end, we have both support and policy measures. We have quite a lot experience in development of projects for renewables, and we are quite successful in promoting prosumers concept in the society, so both producers and consumers, in order to reduce the imports of energy sources. We do expect that for construction of houses, timber and organic substances are going to be used. Another point, the food chain, the Vice Minister has already talked about it, and indeed there are many ideas, good ideas, how to keep the food fresh longer and how not to waste food as much as possible. Moving to the cities, what do we do here? The government is currently drafting selection criteria, and in 2030 we expect to have the first town, the pilot town in Lithuania, which is carbon neutral. So pollution reduction aspects are very important here. And the new initiatives from the European Commission are very important, which are meant to reduce emissions in towns. Business, another area. We see a very huge potential in cooperation between business and science. So quite obviously, our businesses are capable of acting on a par in this global race of sustainability. So I do expect that in addition to these best practice models, we're going to uncover local business models which may help us develop new sharing services or with a longer life cycle projects and using more local products for local production. So nature too has a very important role to play. All the forests is indeed this sponge or this carbon sequestrator, basically, which helps to capture carbon and keep it in soil. And for that reason, as of 2024, the government has set itself a goal to become a carbon neutral. And as of 2027, the whole public sector should be turned carbon neutral. So indeed, we have quite an ambitious goal set for us. We also would like to promote green public procurement as well. And of course, the energy efficiency and green energy and renewables is another very important element. I do apologize for abusing your time by a couple of minutes. Maybe many of you have hoped to see the minister speaking in this conference. Unfortunately, he could not make it. He's sending his best wishes to the conference participants. This year, the Environmental Engineering Institute of Kaunas Technological University is celebrating its 30th year anniversary. So we're very happy on this occasion, and we come with a present, given that it is a birthday. And that is the Red Book of Lithuania, which is a reflection of our all joint efforts. So let us do hope that the next issue of the Red Book is going to be half as big to illustrate the success of our efforts. Thank you very much, the Vice Minister. And moving forward, now it's time to answer the question whether the scientific solutions are adaptable to the sustainable business and industrial development. And we're going to hear the rector of Kaunas Technological University, Professor Dr. Eugenijus Valatka.
Thanks a lot, participants of the conference, Vice Minister, President of the Lithuanian Association of Industrialists. Indeed, I'd like to just continue with what the Vice Minister has said. So I'd like to, on behalf of the university, to congratulate the Institute for its leadership to the town, to the city, and globally in its efforts to work in the area of sustainability, and also in bringing up the young generation. It's a very symbolic gift. You might even see some remnants or symbols of the circular economy here in this gift. So once again, thank you very much. So here is my presentation. The title of the presentation has the form of a question, and the question is if some solutions provided by science and research can contribute to a sustainable development of industry. And this question was posed by my colleagues from the Institute, and I think its question also follows the ideas, the initial ideas presented by the director of the Institute and also the Vice Minister. And of course, probably I would also like to share my thoughts and ideas as to how this question could be answered from the perspective of the university. How do we see cooperation between science and research and businesses, and what could our input be in terms of the development of sustainable industry and production? If again we look at this question, and the question is if we can make these solutions applicable? Of course, our initial reaction is that everything can be applicable. We all work in order for our results to be applicable. If I entered something, if I entered the word sustainability in a Google search field, you'd receive a lot of answers. And I think that the initial impression you would get with this, there are almost no non-sustainable organizations and companies left, because the word of sustainability is there in all different forms of the word. However, if we take a closer look, we have to answer the question as to what is the deep answer to the question as to what is the truly sustainable development of the industry. And this is some sort of a philosophical question too. If we track the trajectories of development of industry around the world, we see that this real trajectory is not the same as this idealized development trajectory of sustainable development. And of course, there are a lot of factors because of that, and economic and social factors weigh down our efforts into making this world more sustainable. However, one of the key reasons, as I see it, is that in some areas of our life, we simply do not have technologies and effective tools, which we could refer to as truly sustainable set of instruments and tools, because they are to be created in the future. Not everything is available right now at this point in time. The second question is as to what is the role of the university. I always say that the key answer is an effective ecosystem of innovation. Quite a few people are allergic to these words of ecosystem and innovation. However, this is the truth, and I truly believe that ecosystems is the answer to this problem. And whenever I'm talking about an ecosystem, I have this image in my mind's eye, which is comprised of four fundamental forces which have to act one upon each other. So the first key driver is people. So we have to have people who work in this area. Quite often we say that we can do everything. However, the true question is if we have people who have the skills, the necessary skills, who are able to tackle these problems, who are able to adapt to adapt themselves to an ever-changing situation. There's a famous phrase of Protagoras. He says, a man or a human or a person is a measure to everything. So in terms of ecosystem, I truly believe that people are a fundamental component of any ecosystem. So whenever we are talking about qualification, requalification, so it's always about the human. The second key driver or component is infrastructure. So it involves all sorts of institutions, communication, transportation, a stadium, which is also important. The third key factor is the level of economic development. Again, that is a very broad concept which encompasses everything, which starts with investment, a variety of businesses that exist, also the variety of science and research institutions, and also the fourth factor, the fourth driving force, in my opinion, is inspiring environment. So it's not only a cultural environment, it's not a geopolitical environment, it's not only legal framework or legal environment, but I also would like to focus on the key issue, the communicative environment which we live in, it has to be positive. Today, we will be talking about this issue over and over again, and I think that having a positive communicative environment or medium is very, very important. Of course, there's a number of these factors are important, but there's also the fifth element, and that fifth element is our potential of networking or the infrastructure for networking. So what I have in mind is all of these conferences, meetings, seminars, networking opportunities. The more of these opportunities we have, the stronger we are, and a greater degree of community we have. It might seem sometimes that, again, these definitions do not have a lot of content. However, these are truly, truly impactful, strong driving forces that might propel us into the future if we are serious about that. The concept or the definition of co-creation is very powerful. I truly believe in that concept, and that is a key task for each and every one of us. That is to be creating things together. As for this going green and development of industry, I think it is imperative that we understand all of the necessary tasks and all of the definitions that define this talk or discussion. So what I have in mind, so the first question is this, and I think we have to make no bones about it. So the first is to be able to evaluate the trajectory of changes, which include the necessity for innovation, the necessity for human resources, time, cost, etc., etc. And we have to be very clear, transparent, and open about this. And the answer that we have to provide is this: what is the price of this transformation? What is the cost of this transformation? Are all sectors of industry transformable? Is it possible to transform them? It is my deepest conviction, and my experience also attests to that. There are some areas which, if looked at from the academic standpoint, and also if looked from the vantage point of this communicative discourse, is very different. Let's talk about the generators of hydrogen. Again, I'm deeply convinced that a sustainable way to produce hydrogen and also is possible through an artificial photosynthesis. However, what is the problem? The problem is of its low efficiency. So irrespective of the fact that we have been working in this area for nearly half a century, the progress here is too slow. The effectiveness of artificial photosynthesis caps at several percent. So what artificial photosynthesis means is that we use sun, we get hydrogen, but that requires further fundamental research. And again, here is the key question to be answered by a country, a nation, or a region as to what do you do in the future? Because, as I said, at this point in time, the efficiency is too low. I see that my time is up, but still I'd like to cover the second factor, and I think we will be talking about this in the course of the conference, is this: the impact of transformation on labor market and its impact on different regions, no matter where they are, whether in Lithuania or in Europe. And the third key factor comes from the position of our university, is the transformation of educational system. I believe that quite a lot of you already have familiarized yourselves with a new strategy announced by the UK government, which talks about the necessity to have new skills, different skills and transformation, which allows for lifelong learning. So I'd like to thank you. These were my introductory ideas and remarks, and I leave you with this question hovering in your minds. In fact, and the question is evolution, which has been going on in our planet Earth, is sustainable or not? But that is a question to be talked about over a cup of coffee, maybe during the coffee break.
There are a couple of things we need to do before the coffee break during the very broad discussion, which we're going to have a little bit later, including the rector and other speakers. The rector, in his speech, basically introduced us or ushered us into another topic, business. So what is the interest of the business and the opportunities to be part of the European Green Deal? I would like to invite Vidmantas Janulevičius, the president of Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists, to come to the podium. Good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for this kind invitation. Since everybody started with a present, I apologize for not having one. But I do know what my present is going to be. We have cups with the solar panel elements on them as a decoration element. So I promise to amend my ways, and I will bring in the present next time we meet. So I would like to pick up from where the rector has left off, that indeed the industrialists believe that hydrogen is the area where the major breakthrough is necessary, because apart from photosynthesis, hydrogen is basically can be a nice substitute for any other conventional fossil fuels. Recently, I was auditing one of the Horizon projects, so I saw that this catalytic hydrogen is coming as a, which is basically used as a catalyst, and that hydrogen basically is going to clean up all the emissions going through the engine of the car, and it is going to be 4 times cheaper than it is currently. So with a few words, I would like to say what we industrialists do on our part. Unfortunately, we do not have fossil fuel, and I say unfortunately with the inverted commas, because if we had, then we had many more problems to solve now. We have the people, we have our nature, and we indeed can use our natural resources to transform our industry. Not all of industries can be transformed. For instance, a number of companies are already working at the top level of CO2 emissions. Looking globally on a European level, Lithuania is more or less at the forefront compared to other industrialistic countries. But unfortunately, when it comes to the recycling, this is where we are seriously lagging behind. The Confederation of Industrialists, we focus a lot on competition. A gradual transformation towards sustainable industry allows us to have a rather basically a low energy price. And what I mean is the offshore wind power, which should be further developed. Kaunas has all the possibilities to become one of the GDP producers in all the Baltics, because nowadays it is not Riga, the one which has 740,000 of residents, but it is Vilnius. Looking at the potential offered by industry all around the Kaunas region, I believe that it is quite realistic that in 2027 or 2030, Kaunas can take over the leadership from Vilnius and become the leader of the Baltic region altogether. But in order to make this happen, we do need to be very consistent. We can, of course, phase out any conventional types of fuel. We need to introduce those innovations with power generation. But this should be also done on a par with the competition. We have to stay competitive with our neighboring countries. We have to follow the pulse of what is taking place there, so that the investment environment is more or less favorable or more favorable compared to others. What are the challenges of the climate change? The first of them is to make sure that we are energy independent. A growing energy cost basically is the major disruptive factor for the industries. I talked already with rector and pro-rector of the university. I might say that those upcoming 3 months may not be very good looking, but the majority of our orders are coming from Germany. So apparently quite a substantial funds allocated for the economical revival that was earmarked to Germany, is that we're also facing this crisis and upcoming winter with on a very positive note, because the number of orders has been even increasing given the flow of orders from Germany. We've been trying to help Lithuanian industries to deal with numerous challenges. We are part of the process in developing the developmental flagman. And just as the Vice Minister mentioned, we do need to adapt our theories to the practice. A lot looks nicer, may look like much nicer on paper, but if you need a high degree of dialogue between the government, public institutions and the academia, we need to find the true and realistic path forward. Kaunas Technological University has Environmental Engineering Institute, our major partner, also the Energy Institute. So in these two areas, we pool our efforts together along with the Digital Innovation Center of this university. And we are proposing a smart city project and to develop all the required infrastructure for such a city. So I do hope that we're going to reach the stage where this project, which is still on paper, is going to be transformed in practical terms as a project in reality. We have emphasized quite a lot that we are in favor of climate change targets. And one of them is, of course, decarbonization. And businesses are making their contribution. As of 2020, the emissions in the Lithuanian industrial sector has been decreased by 30%. So we are indeed, our actions speak louder than the words on paper. Just as already been mentioned, a full transformation to decarbonization would serve not only the climate change goals, but also would reduce our dependency on exports. 7 billion euros from Lithuania are going to be transferred to third countries. What does it mean? To put it into perspective, we have 56 billion of our budget, which means that 50% of all the funds which could absorb internally and developing a value added here, rather than transferring this amount of money to the third countries, especially to those which have fossil fuel, 70% of them are authoritarian regimes, apart from Norway, of course. So we really have to think hard how many new jobs this may create and how many of such funds could remain in Lithuania if we had this circular economy in the area of energy. So we really need to give it a serious thought. We also part of Business Europe, which is an umbrella organization having 27 national industrial organizations from the EU, and we are Repower EU partners, and we do have to be realistic how fast we can go forward. Lithuania is a small country, but it has very young and quite innovative people and quite adaptable and adaptive industries has managed to do quite a lot, but not all the EU member states can keep pace with us. Considering the challenges of decarbonization and further development of renewable energies, nowadays, this payback period for wind power plant farm is 10 years. And offshore wind farms, which could help us produce hydrogen and cover the whole of Lithuanian needs, we do see already some initial steps in the right direction. And now on this occasion, I would like to address the academia and the public. We need to change the perspective. For my daughters, windmill farms, offshore farms, they look nice. For my mom, which is 90 plus, she's a senior, such windmill farms are a nightmare or an eyesore, destroying the landscape or the seascape. So I think we need to change our mindsets. And in Hanover, we see quite a lot of wind turbines, and nobody is thinking that they are an eyesore. Somebody might claim them as a visual pollution or as an eyesore. So what does it mean, a visual eyesore or emission? What does it make? What is the difference between the wind turbines or a flight or plane flying or a ship sailing the seas? So I think that we need to change our mindsets, and that this indeed, the wind farms stand for a clean, decarbonized future that we're aiming for. In terms of the energy crisis, Lithuania is no exception to any other countries, and we have to take a very serious blow because we do not have our nuclear power plant, and we're among the EU member states which import quite a lot of energy, and this is our Achilles heel. We've done quite a lot in order to diversify our energy resources, and we might rightfully be proud for having our regasification unit, LNG terminal. But unfortunately, we haven't done a lot with local production, power generation, because we can only produce the maximum that we can produce is 30% compared to 50 or 60 of other countries. I also spotted in the Vice Minister's presentation about this carbon border tax. I believe it is quite an important factor, and our confederation as well as Business Europe are fully supportive of this idea. This could allow putting us on an equal footing with the countries, the third countries, which are using fossil fuels, and us who are willing to go green. The world has no borders, and of course the companies may move their facilities elsewhere. In this way, we might lose some of our economies, we can lose our know-how and the jobs. So we are speaking in favor of the carbon border tax, and hopefully it is going to become a reality as of the 1st of January. So concrete, power generation, and fertilizers. And I believe steel would be among those category of goods. Initially, this would make our internal production more expensive, but at the same time, this would help the companies stay afloat. And of course, such measures for Fit for 55 for energy efficiency might help to alleviate our dependency on gas. And we have been having a liquid gas contract with the United States for the past 3 years, which is a positive note. Unfortunately, the EU member states are not aware what is going to be the survival scenario for the next winter, not this year's winter, but the next year. So decarbonization and should go in hand with further industrialization, and the academia should help us in doing that. We need to preserve the jobs. A few words about the processing industries, which are very much dependent on the contracts that it gets. I mentioned that we have received 80 million of euros from Germany, and they would basically account for 50% of all the contracts received by our members. And we stand for 46% of all the GDP produced in Lithuania, and 4,000 of companies, and mainly we mean middle-sized and large companies. And here the subcontracting is basically where our problem lies. We are like an intermediary. We're an interim step in the production chain. So we should refocus because we're easily replaceable. If we are simply phased out, then 50% of all the industrial GDP is made from the reprocessing. So I think that we should be aiming at developing the final product and not as an interim product. Digitalization is a very important element for us to move forward. We have internet and online sales possibilities. We have 500 million of potential buyers within the EU. Even without the UK, with the new coming members into the EU, with the same Ukraine, we still have 500 million of consumers. What does it mean? It means that if we are capable of using the new technologies, we can sell the final product without any intermediary for a higher price, for a lower CO2 emission. To sell a final product which is going to be produced with the lowest level of CO2, and it is indeed achievable task. And CO2 index is going to be a very important element in price calculations. And many of investments are going to be done on the basis of a number of criteria. According to the same formula, 70% of all the goods is composed of the price, and 32% would be the carbon involved in its production. So indeed, this is a huge opportunity for us to sell our products via digital platforms. Unfortunately, not everything is so bright. In Lithuania, we are still lagging behind compared to other EU member states in terms of digitalization. So I think that there are some areas where we're still lagging behind. Lithuania stands 16 out of 27 member states. On this digitalization index, we stand at number 21st of the digital empowering environment in industries. And according to these three categories, we are still lagging behind the EU average. So I believe this is where we have to do more. Our companies are not investing enough in new technological solutions, and we only stand 93 in this overall global index. We are investing too little into automation solutions, and we may be using still a lot of manual work, or we are only involved in producing an interim product, not a final product. When it comes to robotization, then only 10% of all Lithuanian companies use robots, whereas against 17% of the EU average. 21st or 24th place in terms of the 3D prototype production, which is a much faster product towards the final production. So we only have 2 companies which use 3D solutions against 5% of the EU average. It is important for Lithuania that it gets enough of attention as well as the state support. When it comes to energy intensive companies and their transformation, we need to refocus them and to make them carbon neutral in order not to lose against competition from third countries. EU as well as other states have the needs of 7 billion, whereas Lithuanian needs expressed in the applications and the project applications is twice that much. And it will, our success will depend basically on the ability of the newly elected politicians of listening into the wishes of the industrialists. We need to always check and verify how the measures being proposed by the politicians are going to feed into the increase of the competitive edge of the companies with the European counterparts. Not all the companies are producing at the moment. So hopefully, once we introduce this carbon border tax to third country products, I do expect that our companies, the ones which have stopped their production for the time being, are going to resume their activities. So our confederation has mentioned a number of times that whenever we are encouraging or promoting industrial transformation, competitiveness is an important factor. I would like to thank the Kaunas Technological University. Quite a lot of my staff are former students of Kaunas Technological Universities. I can speak from my own personal experience. If we have a doctoral student who comes from the company, who writes his doctoral thesis on the topic which is related on the topic of his company, the one that he or she is working, and this is the highest value added, which we've been lacking so far. What we have lacked so far would be a true interface between the academia, the science, and industries. And we have two at least of such staff in our confederation. So I would like to give it as a role model for others to follow so that we can have a sustainable industry and seek for the common goals. So thank you very much. I do apologize for abusing your time and using more time than was allocated for me. Thank you.
Kągi, dėkojam. Dabar atėjo metas.
Now it is time to count money. We will talk about, we have Vaida Markevičienė, the Vice Minister from the Ministry of Finance. Hello, everyone. Indeed, it's a great pleasure and privilege to be with you here and talk on a very relevant subject. And I hope that to a certain extent, my presentation will summarize quite a few ideas which have been shared by the previous presenters. And when we look at where the money goes, we understand what the true priorities are. So I believe that money also represents certain or shows priorities of science, research, and the government. And indeed, I think that they are aligned. This particular stage is fairly complex. We are in the state of war. We are witnessing energy crisis, and we're talking about higher heating bills. And indeed, this summer in Europe was the warmest in the course of 500 years. So indeed, the climate change is a very, very pressing challenge. The Vice Minister who spoke before me referred to some European forums which have discussions on these issues. However, irrespective of these discussions, what we know for certain is that there's not enough of public money to be able to achieve these objectives. So private investment is needed. So I will take a look at what we as the government are doing in the area of public financing, and also at how we intend to engage with private partners to raise more funds. So the first key question is as to what our objectives are. So the government has three key priorities: is digitization, the green course, and education. I will, of course, focus on the green course. And I think that as the government, we are able to utilize our potential successfully and our ambition in terms of renewable energy resources, we are planning to double it, whereas before the plan was to have 50% of all of the energy produced by renewable energy resources. So at this point in time, the political decision is to double that ambition, and we will achieve the figure of 50% by 2025, and by 2030, we will be able to achieve the figure of 100%. Here's a list of all of the other objectives which we aim to achieve as the government. Mr. Janulevičius talked about the importance of digitization, and indeed we are intending to double our indicator and be among the 7 leading countries in Europe. As regards other objectives, they of course relate to financing. And the government intends to allocate 17 billion euros for the time period of 10 years, and 6 billion will go to the area of fighting climate change. Indeed, I believe that it shows the significance of this topic, not only in our statements, but also in terms of the financing. And Lithuania might need up to 14 billion euros for this green transformation. Public funds will contribute the amount of 10 billion euros. So we will, of course, be needing to get private financing and able to meet these ambitions. And I will also talk about the Green Deal, which will be introduced by the Ministry of Finance to the government of the Republic of Lithuania. Fighting climate change is a horizontal priority, irrespective of what investments are being made from that 17 billion euros. They cannot be allocated to a different or an opposing direction. So all of the investments have to seek to meet that goal, and we cannot really damage our objective of trying to fight climate change. So what's important is that all investments should meet these goals or be aligned between themselves. Given the fact that this conference focuses on the relationship between business and science, I'd like to talk about where investment to science and research goes. Of course, some funds are being allocated to people, to residents, to the public sector. However, my particular focus now is on business. As you see from the slide, we can distinguish 3 key priorities. So the first is the plan, which is referred to as the generation of new Lithuania. So we focus on innovation, on green energy, renovation, digital solutions. If we want to achieve breakthrough, we cannot be doing the same thing we have been doing over and over again. We have to transform ourselves. Therefore, the funds are quite impressive. What my previous colleague talked about was about the cooperation between research institutions and business. So in order for this transformation to become a reality, we need to have joint decisions. So 100 million euros go to ensure synergies between research institutions and business institutions. We also have some funding from structural funds, which will be spent on medium-sized companies. who will be trying to adapt in this area. And as I mentioned before, we shifted our focus slightly from this 50% goal to 100% goal. So it goes without saying that the funding will have to be increased. So from the instrument, the new generation of Europe, we're planning to get another billion loan. So whereas currently the plan is to have 2 billion euros, we will have 3 billion euros all in all, and these 3 billions will be invested in sun energy, green energy, wind energy. We will be speeding up the process of renovation of residential buildings. And as I said, all of this funding seeks to help business to ensure its energy independence. As for research and science, I think my words will echo the words by the rector. So indeed, the international dimension is very critical. It's very important. If we take a look at this investment from the Lithuania of the new generation, there are 3 key pillars: the international dimension, R&D, and also commercialization of knowledge, which makes sure that results of our research find their way to real companies, real products, and generate good return for the state. In July this year, the government approved key priorities in the area of smart innovations. So the first is health and biotechnology sector. Again, I see very clearly a link with the Green Deal, also agriculture, shortening of supply chains. The second pillar is new processes and new technology, and the third area is information technology. So the state will invest in these 3 areas, which I refer to as the 3 key pillars, making sure that our investment is not dispersed widely or spread too thinly, and that is focused. I will skip a few slides now because we're running out of time, but I'd like to make several statements on public investment. Indeed, I'd like to reiterate once again, public funding is not enough. We have to mobilize public investment, and with this in mind, we will introduce the Green Finance initiatives, Green Finance Institute initiative, which will help us to have the necessary competence in this area, which will help businesses to attract the necessary investment. And we want to become a regional leader in the area of green finance. We also want to set up a fund of green investment, green sustainable investment. And yet another initiative is all about a database of sustainable information. And as Rector before said, a lot of people are using or maybe misusing the word of sustainability. They use this label everywhere, but in order for us to have who is who and who is really sustainable and who is not, we are planning to launch some initiatives which will help to achieve that objective. To finish my speech, even if I focused on business and science, sustainability is important in our daily lives for each and every one of us. I think every one of us has to contribute. The state is encouraging lifelong learning, but each and every one of us has to contribute to these goals with their own actions, making sure that all of these great ideas and ideals are transformed into reality through our daily work, our daily actions, which will make sure that these goals are achieved much faster. So to a certain extent, I also refer to the state as a consumer as well, and the state also has an objective to contribute to make sure that all of the public procurement will be the so-called green procurement, and as the state is a major buyer which spends around 5 billion euros on public procurement. So what this means is that the state will dictate certain conditions, and the business has to respond by providing with green products. So I hope this information has been useful. I'm sure we will receive a lot of great project applications, and indeed I encourage you to take a look at our website, and indeed some of the calls will be announced already in December this year, and I think that by working together we will be able to achieve a breakthrough. Thank you.
Ačiū labai. Dabar prisėsim diskusija apie tai.
And now it's time for the discussion whether we do understand such concepts as sustainable society, sustainable production, sustainable business, and the circular economy, and is it possible to achieve in Lithuania in 2030? And whether it is possible to achieve it by 2030. Next to me, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Žaneta Stasiškienė. She's director of the Environmental Engineering Institute, Raminta Radavičienė, the Vice Minister of Environment, Rector and Professor Dr. Eugenijus Valatka, the Rector of the University, Vidmantas Janulevičius, President of the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists, and Vaida Markevičienė, the one who has just given us her presentation, the Vice Minister of Finance. Since the Rector is sitting in the middle, I would like to start from a philosophical term. You said that sustainability is also a philosophical term. Why is it so? How can we define this concept? Well, because it is a philosophical term. And could you be more specific? Give us more details. So before I start sharing my ideas about the concept of sustainability, I would like, first of all, to thank for this positive message from the ministry. There are very clear financial instruments, very clear, the position of the environment, and the industrialists are also very clear in their message. The future holds its prospects, and it is our common goal to move forward. And a philosophical, why do I claim that sustainability is a philosophical term? Well, until you start thinking or pondering on this term, everything seems to be clear. That we're talking about the recycling, reuse, and all these kind of technical ideas. But sustainability for me, firstly and foremostly, is the type of the mindset, your behavior towards each other, and your relationship with the world. And therefore, it is a philosophical idea. This is an ideal which we might never achieve, but our behavior should be leading towards this idea, and we have to send a very clear message. Vidmantas, does everything look the same? Well, for me, sustainability is a bit of a perpetuum mobile that maybe sometime in the future we're going to develop such an instrument. Sustainability sustainability, business, we can understand as business sustainability or industrial sustainability. And from industrial point of view, we mean it that with the lowest production cost, with the lowest emissions, and that is why I associate it with this perpetuum mobile. Many inventors are working on this, but we have not yet created it. I do still hope to find and to see this light at the end of the tunnel. So, Vaida, from the state's perspective, is it really crystal clear whenever we talk about public procurement? Or what does it mean, sustainability, and what are the main criteria? Allow me to focus on two aspects. I'm starting from the philosophical and then moving on to the practical. When I was talking about investments into businesses and investments into science and infrastructure and transport, investments into humans, into people are very important. We cannot achieve economic or industrial transformation or the green ideas if we're not making any investments into the people. And this brings me back to the idea of my colleague Vidmantas, that maybe it is, well, in a way good, that we are lucky in a way not to have had fossil fuels readily available for us, but we do have the people. And why do those strongest economies are not the ones which have loads of fossil fuel? These are the ones which have highly educated people. So this long-term sustainability is going to be achieved only when we are investing into people, when our educational system is a smart one. And I'm very happy about this project of the school project, that regardless of the place of residence, all the pupils could benefit from being schooled at the highest level of school. So we also need to focus also on the vocational education and on lifelong learning ideas as well. And we have to ensure we as the state are also investing into reskilling and upskilling. So for any transformation, these are very important investments because with the change of times, some other set of skills are required on the labor market. So we have to give these possibilities for the people to reskill themselves. So moving from philosophy to the practical aspect of sustainability, we need to understand and to agree on the same thing, that the sustainability or the green ideas should be understood similarly across the board. Because just as Vidmantas mentioned, we need to strive to create the final product rather than be somewhere an interim stop in this overall production chain. Only then we can expect to become fully sustainable. So all the parties have to understand sustainability along the same lines. The EU has its definition, what it means to be sustainable for industry or for energy sector, for transport sector. So in order to have those green ideas translated into practice rather than staying on paper, that indeed green investments are made into green investments, which are indeed green rather than only sound green on the paper. We need indeed a lot of data, comparable data, which is not yet available. So it is very difficult so far to compare our goals with achievable results. Otherwise, these nicely sounding ideas, the so-called greenwashing, is only to remain as greenwashing. In terms of data, that you said that we lack the body of data, comparable data. So what do you mean by that? It's rather difficult to single out any category. Let's say in every single company, we may illustrate the sustainability with the CO2 factor. the use of energy, what type of energy is being used, and it is very easily definable. And that would be only one of the elements which could help define sustainability of one or other business or operator. And this is where we can start from. And then we can see where this data leads us to make this data illustrative and ready to use for any comparisons. Because some of the data may be naturally understandable, whereas other categories of data may be more complex and they need some explanation. From a business point of view, it may sound nice to have a database. I see that businesses are already saying that we do need to have some benchmark, the starting benchmark, so that we can compare our efforts with some state in the past. And therefore, I would like to encourage energy institutes to analyze the data that is being accumulated at the moment. We've heard from Minister of Finance, Skaiste, that the data is going to become an open, that this big data is going to be made an open source data. Unfortunately, we do not get them. Businesses cannot use this data free of charge. But this data is provided only to the academic and research establishments for free. Others have to pay for data, big data. So we need to make further improvements into this area. This would allow us to make a major breakthrough, and not only in those companies which are providing public services, but also all the companies, because this may encourage the technological breakthrough. Vilmantas, what could be these technical parameters and what data are important for the future, and sustainability, how much does it relate to us personally and to the natural resources? Well, since I'm the fourth one to comment on the concept of sustainability, it's very difficult not to repeat the ideas already expressed. I think I should start by saying that there cannot be a universal definition of the concept of sustainability. Why is that so? Because sustainability involves a number of parties involved in this process, and every single actor has to adapt this concept depending on the level of involvement, depending on the possibilities and on the value being created in one or other process. So this is the philosophical part. I remember myself, I used to believe that only a set of rules might provide meaning to our efforts. Well, it turns out that the public involvement is not least important. And that's what the finance vice minister has already said, that rules are going to be made more stringent, and those benchmarks for the green procurement are going to be made more stringent. And Visvaldas, my colleague, whom I see in the audience, we have a very practical example. We've been looking for common grounds with the businesses and with academia to say what is being processed, what is being a recyclable packaging or not a recyclable package, because there will be a differentiated tax regime introduced in Lithuania, depending on whether the packages are going to be further recycled or not. Packaging is indeed this substance which could be reused a number of times. And unfortunately, within the circular economy, we are among the least achievers, so to speak. We have one of the worst criteria in the EU. Going back to the data collection and sharing, well, it is quite symbolic that in the afternoon, I'm going to participate in another event. Our environmental ministry is going to present the public data. I'm going to speak now on behalf of the government and its plans. I can just give you a few glimpses of that this opening up of big data is not somewhere off the table. It is being seriously considered and being worked out with the statistics Lithuania, and there are some analytical capacities are being strengthened in the governmental institutions to make these data available. And in our area, Environmental Protection Agency, it is our goal to see it as a center of excellence or as a center of data and information about environment, as well as to make this data open, freely available to businesses so that they can modulate what kind of the second-hand or recyclable materials do we have in Lithuania that could be reused and reintroduced back in the circular economy. And we have established the competence center in the Environmental Protection Agency. Its implementation is going to be implemented in stages. We started from the capacity building. We really wanted to measure greenhouse gas emissions, the GHGs, in all the public policies and the air pollution. Then there will be an environmental impact on the water bodies and impact on the circular economy. So all these three topics are going to be covered as a mandate for this Center of Excellence in the Environmental Protection Agency. And when it comes to practical examples, I do expect many more of them to come, and we will ultimately be speaking to you, the panelists, as well as our doctoral students. And how far or how close are we to achieving at least some sort of goals and to have a very clear sustainability vision? Indeed, there are examples when we are starting our businesses and we try to define our rules on the national level. But unfortunately, the effort is not necessary, and there should be some accord on the EU level. Because whenever we talk about the movement of waste and about the whatever the materials mean and what are the raw materials do mean, this set of rules should be a universal one, and it should be fully applicable throughout the EU. Otherwise, we may not ensure the competitiveness of our industries. Secondly, we may not be able to preserve those materials on the internal market. Indeed, there are discussions ongoing, and when it comes to this packaging or recyclable packaging or non-recyclable packaging, we're running our pilots in this area. And we promised to our businesses that we're not going to be too harsh on them during the first year of implementation, but we do expect a major breakthrough, and we should agree on the definition, what it is, a recyclable packaging, so that we could in fact reach the sustainable standards, rather than trying to greenwash something, to paint something in green color. Well, it is not a green. Žaneta, what kind of the set of rules could you suggest to Lithuania and the world? I always speak in favor of creativity, but while listening to this indeed marvelous discussion, I would like everybody to think for a moment how this terminology or this concept of sustainability, how versatile it is, or how interesting it is. Well, I remember the saying that when money talks, everybody is silent. And now everybody becomes silent when the word sustainability is being used. I believe that sustainability stands for adaptation of the system to make it future-proof. We used to know individual details too much. But what kind of a mechanism could be made out of these details? This is where our problem lies, and sustainability, due to its interdisciplinary approach, and this is what could help us achieve the goal. And the Vice Minister for Finance mentioned that all of us, well, basically charity begins at home. We have to rethink our usual models. So I would not be speaking about the set of rules. I do expect that we are going to have a very best dividends, the ones who are representing the academia, the industrialists, and who contribute to growing those dividends. And I do hope that this dividends of competence are going to grow, which will eventually translate into innovations and into higher earnings. Because we are talking about the necessity of ensuring a good cooperation between the academia and the businesses. And this cooperation should not be seen as an exception, but rather as a rule. I think everybody agrees on the idea that, well, we should start from ourselves. What kind of steps an ordinary person can take in his or her everyday life in order to make the sustainability one step closer. I think we have to be happy. And can I be happy when a bystander is not a happy one? We live in a community. We need to be living as happy individuals in a happy community. And one of the ideas of the sustainability is how we as individuals can contribute to the global development. So being happy yourself and being the ability to see a happy community around you. It is both simple and complex text. Vidmantas, from the business perspective, how to understand happiness in business? Well, to give everybody an equal share, of course, this would sound ironic. Then everybody is happy, everybody gets its fair share, and that is the most difficult part: how to share happiness. And this brings us back to philosophy and how to solve this equation. I will repeat myself once again. Sustainability and green ideas, circular economy, these are not something imposed upon us that we must implement, because otherwise the penalties or sanctions are to be paid. Because sustainability stands for profit, for additional opportunities for the EU, which is not very rich in natural resources, so that we can use the same to produce more and to get more and to be more happy. And this again brings me back to my idea of perpetuum mobile, and that is the idea of the European Commission. I remember only once when I was applauding Ursula von der Leyen sometime just before the pandemic struck us. That was on the 12th of March, the industrial days in EU, during which she said that we could build quite a lot of additional funding and we can save our lives. And when I asked her, what do you mean? 300,000 people die in the EU, including the UK at that time still, due to polluted air. How can we put a price tag to 300,000 of lives lost? Indeed, we're talking about strikingly high figures. We can do that. We can produce cheaper and better by way of recycling more. Quite a lot of things may be reused and recycled instead of importing them from third non-democratic regimes. So I think Lithuania could seize this as an opportunity to develop this perpetuum mobile. Vaida, you talked about the green finances and about the possibilities for the businesses and for the state to find a synergy. What kind of a model did you have in mind? Now that we have already made some steps forward with action plan, I would like to mention Invega and Viva and Agricultural Guarantee Fund. And these three are going to be joined or merged together into one single institution. And the state, by way of subsidizing certain areas, would be making investments and hoping to get a return on investments in these areas where the private sector is not that willing to fund good or progressive ideas. And we used to have 4 establishments. Some of them would be overlapping in the areas of competence, and in some areas, these were left not covered by such guarantees or investments. We decided to merge them all into one single institution, and this Green Funding Institute could also come into being into this fully integrated state institution. Okay, let us talk in philosophical terms. What could it be if something? Let's say we have some year, 2030, 2050, and it turns out we have not become fully sustainable. Our economy is not so circular. So what shall we do then? What happens then? Well, I somehow see that we are philosophizing quite a lot today. Well, to start with, let's not panic. Well, taking all these figures of today, we see quite a lot of really splendid initiatives who have already been implemented or are in the pipeline. Be it 2030 or hypothetical 2040, I am convinced that there will be quite a few good ideas implemented. But what we do now to make this a reality? Well, you shall never ask what the ministries can do for you. You shall start from yourself, what you can do for the ministries and for the state. So what we as the university can do. We are building a joint European university, the so-called European Innovative Universities Alliance, along with 11 other universities. And the idea behind is that such a united alliance becomes a truly viable, future-proof organization by 2030. And the key idea of this project is sustainability. So not only the idea generation or this public dissemination of ideas, but also the technological development, which is important, and the growth of people or building of capacities for the people so that they are future-proof. And that is a very specific and a very ambitious and a grand project, which I hope, sincerely hope, is going to be a success. And to conclude my comments would be that communication, we shall never forget that we live in the communication space. It is very important not to forget this. Sustainability and climate change should not become a source of fear, which can paralyze us. I'm not a huge fan of Pascal Grubner, the French philosopher, but his key idea is that this overall concern about the climate is universal all across the world, but it's only the Western European countries that have contracted this disease of this doom and gloom that is about to befall on us. So sometimes this public space or that your personal carbon footprint is kind of an inherent sin. We really need to understand the threats, and we need to communicate everything in the right way so that we live in an inspiring and in a creative environment, because creativity is the key to solutions.
Ar geresnio gyvenimo link?
So where are we leading towards the apocalypse or to a better life? Sorry, the microphone. Indeed, it's very positive. I see a positive vision of the future. And what happens if suddenly we wake up in the morning of the 1st of January 2030 and no goals, or not all goals, have been achieved? I believe the life would go on, the show would go on. But let us not miss these opportunities, these windows of opportunities, the new initiatives, new financial measures that are being put forward and for the business development. And what I would like to wish sincerely to the society as well, each of us are representing one or other institution, and we are professionals of our field. But if suddenly I asked of you, who of you have a reusable shopping bag in your bags? Well, I don't see that many hands being raised in the audience. Oh, you don't have even any bags. Who of you avoid disposable single-use cups for drinking your early morning coffee? I see many more hands. That is quite a good sign. And this is where we start. Who of you, when buying toothpaste, are not buying a carton, this packaging carton? And there are indeed a very, like, a devil is in the detail. We can start from very simple, easily disposable things, and the consumers have a very important role to play. And even if they are not going to make a major leap forward towards a circular economy, we would still have to basically to impose upon the industry the requirement of of recycling and reusing the packaging, of phasing out the highly pollutant public transportation vehicles, etc. So in a nutshell, industry is indeed making major steps in the right direction. And for businesses, I have also when we were looking into the economic cluster directive, we've been hearing criticism that we were as if playing a game, and the businesses were going to leave us basically all alone on the field. So what I would like to wish myself and to the businesses in this lifetime, when I serve as a public servant and I contribute to this, that to have as little or as few interventions to impose too many brakes on the creativity. And I would really hope that the state would give just a backbone of existence. But when it comes to the freedom of expression, or finding the best optimal way how to do it, I would really wish it to be left in the hands of the businesses themselves. And I do hope that we're going to have such positive examples when the circular economy is part of a commercial value creation chain, when we are going to buy a package, the 50% of which has been made from reused material. And this is my vision, and I do it myself. I have 3 multi-use shopping bags. I have my own drinking flask. I never take any coffee in a plastic cup on my way to work. And in an office of environmental specialists, we always have a multi-use kitchenware or any boxes that we use.
So that if we do not do anything, what happens then? I would really like to agree with everyone who has talked before. Indeed, we will go on living. And indeed, these extremities, the personal CO2 footprint or some other limitations will not stop life on Earth. And as Raminta mentioned before, probably apocalypse will not happen. And if it happens, no rules will save us. Anyway, if we continue talking about rules, I think rules are needed, but these rules should be not stopping us or blocking us from doing things. They should be encouraging us. Maybe if we had an agreement, what behavior we rate as 10, 4, or 9. So I think if we had a set of rules, if every department had a set of rules against which they could be valued, that'd be great. And threats make us come up with stupid and unreasonable decisions, which cannot solve or which maybe solve problems of tomorrow, but we have to remember that our lives will go on past 2030, and we all know that clean environment allows a person to live more than 100 years, and I think we want to go on living. So I think these internal rules that we transform out of these general rules, they are necessary for us. And I think that these conferences and these discussions and this level of interest only attests to the fact that these are important questions. And it is a great achievement already, and that inspires us for the future, and that's really interesting. Vaida also wanted to pick up on your thoughts. Yep, a couple of remarks. I'd like to try and link this philosophy about happiness and achieving one's personal goals. I showed in my slides some of the practical objectives which government is seeking to attain to, that is renewable energy, et cetera, et cetera. But one of these objectives which we have as a government is the happiness index. Happiness index is a measurable one. So I think that capturing, or the ability to capture a feeling, being able to measure it, indeed, it is very important. So even though happiness in itself is a philosophical concept, however, science does provide us with the tools to measure at least some of the aspects of happiness. So I think it is possible to be happy and achieve these objectives. Indeed, I think that even if by 2030 we will be not able to achieve that, maybe immigration will grow, people will not be happy. I think we will be able to achieve that. But again, I'd like to address politicians and policymakers. What is important for us is continuity. Political course changes every 4 years. And indeed, I see that the war around us indeed influences us, and there will come a time when fossil fuels will cost much, much more, maybe 10 times more. So I would just like to encourage politicians to go on with this great course we have started. And I think in 10 years' time, we will have more people who will want to live in Lithuania, and we will have a much, much higher happiness index. So thank you for discussion. I'd like to invite you for an ecological coffee. I'd like also to thank the Žabolis & Partner, an investment company, our news partner, elrytas.lt. So we will be convening back again in 15 minutes' time. Thank you.
Na kągi, grįžtam po kavos pertraukos ir važiuojam toliau. Kitas.
We are reconvening after the coffee break. We now will have our next presenter. It comes from Kaunas Technology University, and we will be talking about twin cities. Together with us, we have Mr. Jurelionis, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Construction and Architecture. Hello, everyone. We're still waiting for Žaneta. Anyway, indeed, it is my pleasure and privilege to be here and present the project of Digital Twins project. We have been working on this project for a couple of years, several years to be more precise. And in terms of sustainability, digitization, we think is inevitable for sustainable solutions. In order to build something sustainable in a densely populated city, we have to have data. We have to know what is going on. So just like in a big number of systems, we have to digitize our systems, and we have the same approach towards our university, city, and also the town of Kaunas. So we started working in this area in the beginning of 2019. The work was quite unique. We first set up the innovative cities infrastructure in Kaunas Technology University, and it has been set up together with our business partners. They are a part of the decision-making team, and we do everything together, and there's a very close cooperation between business and science and research. So what our objectives are? So we aim to build a smart ecosystem, which is not our own, but it's a process of co-creation together with our partners, together with a municipality to develop some model projects which show what we could do. Eventually, we want to gather data, be able to replicate that data in various models and use that data in decision-making. And we want to be able to use that for further development of science studies and all of the other projects. Here are several projects in the video which you right now see. That is displaying of unbuilt buildings, also a travel now, a student town. And in order for this ecosystem to become a reality, we of course have to have a very clear vision at the level of the university, also a strategy of how we share data. And here are 3 levels: the city, campus, and building. And the first scale is that of city. So we have a model of a big part of Kaunas. We have launched a number of projects, including preservation of heritage buildings or photo fixation of its current status. We also had a project on the display or showing of energy consumption, and that indeed provides potential buyers of houses or flats with a great deal of transparency and visibility in terms of the heating costs. There's also a model of demolished buildings. And we also have some examples when we integrate student works into this model, and students can see how their works might be visualized in that particular software. We are also experimenting at the city level or city scale as to what we could do. Indeed, if anyone wants to share his or her thoughts, just come up to me, we'll talk. Here are some tools which I'm showing right now as to what happened or what would happen if the city got flooded. We also had some initiatives which are quite interesting, and one of the most interesting ones is our effort to transform our student campus as a playground for student researchers, where they can create campus models, use some data that we have. You have some sensors that we see, and when you download some data from our servers, you can see real-time data. So if that data is not sensitive from the BDR perspective, such as the temperature rates or CO2 rates, so we provide that data to our students. We also tried to see the interior of the buildings, and that is the most challenging area. It's not an easy task to make these systems easy navigable. However, at our university, we have the objective of integrating these models with real-time data, also with weather forecasts and weather data, and eventually to use the data that we have for some forecasts or for analysis purposes. At this point in time, we also have a very unique project. So at this point in time, we are building MLab, the prototyping laboratory, which is being built right now at this point in time. And for us, it's a great way to track the digital twin of the building right from the very initial stages of the building. So we have these photo fixations where building is at the very initial stage, midterm, and nearly completed. And maybe later on we will be able to see what's behind these walls, what's under these walls. And we're planning to update this data all the time, connected to real-time analytics. And we will have a great example of a digital building twin. Even though the building is not finished yet, we made all sorts of models, including evacuation models or escape models. We are also planning where the location of climate sensors will be located. And even though the building is not functioning yet, we are already testing these systems by using the digital twin of the real building. We can start forecasting consumption of energy and everything else. So why are we doing this? It's a playground for us. And we see a great potential to use these systems or elsewhere. For example, we have a project with school students where students can design projects or buildings, and we help them to transpose these or the objects they create onto our map. So we want students or school students to see this area as a very attractive one. We want them to be working in this area later on together with us. So it starts with schools, and we also have some research projects. What we have observed is that when you have a platform like this at university, a platform which allows a number of researchers to use the system, it is then easier to attract funding for all sorts of related projects. For example, we had a project which focused on making buildings proactive and smart, And indeed, this project that is going on right now is related to this project of digital twins. There's another project focused on a dynamic system of energy efficiency, and differently from the current system whereby a building receives a heating certificate and it remains unchanged. Our project focuses on what happens as years go by, and what happens if the building, if the energy consumption in the building increases. And the last project is a Horizon project, which is called EU MAP, and it deals with a system for quarantine and isolation. And last but not least, just 1 week ago, we had a digital twins hackathon where we had 80 participants, and together with business partners, they were working all sorts of working on different ideas of how these digital twins can be used, and we will hear their final visions on the 2nd of December. So I ran through very quickly through all of the activities, and I think we have a lot of opportunities, and I invite each and everyone to join, connect, cooperate, and if you want to be a partner in this project, please approach me. Let's talk about that. Thank you.
Let's move on, and now we are moving from the students' campus. We are moving towards a sustainable city, Dubai, sustainable Dubai, and I would like to invite Jasmine Locke, the CEO of this institute.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me well. Warm greetings from Dubai. Dr. Jasmine Locke here, CEO of CE Institute, located obviously in Dubai, in the community called the Sustainable City. First, I would like to thank Professor Žaneta and the whole KTU team. Professor Žaneta and her KTU team for inviting me to speak at this important conference. And I hope my presentation will bring us a little bit closer to answering the question of how to make sustainable consumption and production possible. This is certainly something that we have tried to do in Dubai, probably a place that I would say a few years back wasn't really the brand that you would connect with sustainability. But as it happens, it's located in the region and in the country where the leadership has an immense amount of understanding of how sustainability is important for the future and is taking it very seriously. I'm sure most of you know that now we are actually right at the time when COP27 is happening in Sharm el-Sheikh, but the next one will be in the UAE. Now, what is important is that long before sustainability became so visible in Dubai and in the UAE and the region itself, the leadership and the development of the sustainable city started. So I would like to share just a couple of insights on how this sustainable city project in Dubai looks like. It's a living lab. It's a community that exists for at least 6-7 years and functioning to its full capacity. So please let me share a few insights with you. Can somebody just give me a signal whether you can see my screen or not?
Not yet. Okay, now.
Now it's fine. Now it's fine.
Excellent, thank you so much. So the Sustainable City Dubai, and as I said, I'm from the Sea Institute, which is located within the community called the Sustainable City. How did the whole story start? I think it's always a great question to start from. The whole vision of the Sustainable City was actually sparked in 2008 when the developers that started the Sustainable City and finally developed it really faced the crisis that was shaking the whole world. It was mostly economic crisis, but they wanted to understand what are the more sustainable economic models, but at the same time models that we can utilize to develop communities, even in regions such as hot and arid regions like the UAE and Dubai, and create something living, breathing community that will be actually car-free, net zero energy, not compromise nature, that will be commercially viable for both the developers and the end users, that will be very efficient when it comes to water management, utilize all the advanced technologies that were available at the time, and obviously green building practices, and really promise residents a new type of lifestyle. I think that's all very well connected to exactly the topic of this conference, because this is actually a community that turned everyone who moved into the community from consumer to prosumer, and actually due to the way it was built, made them more efficient and more environmentally friendly and aware than I would say anywhere else in the UAE, but also in majority of the world. Now, just to give you an idea, the Sustainable City Master Plan is in front of us. I hope everybody can see it well. It's basically 46 hectares size of the plot. Full occupancy of the Sustainable City is 3,000 people. And the way it's organized is actually in 5 residential clusters. So each cluster, as you can see here, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse moving, but we have 5 residential clusters, and each one has approximately 100 villas. They're slightly different, but same principles apply throughout. Now, this neighborhood is fully pedestrian neighborhood, and cars are allowed only into these areas between the clusters where everybody has to park, but then there are other options for transportation around. Apart from that, the Sustainable City has a number of playgrounds and other facilities that I will go through. What is really important is that if you look at the point 9 on the master plan, you will see the building, which is actually Sea Institute, but there are other buildings such as number 7, which is Sanad Village, very important, and I will explain that in a minute, but also equestrian club, school, then Sustainable Plaza, or let's say a square with a number of buildings surrounding it, with some commercial property, and so on. So let me just start with explaining a little bit more what is behind the process of thinking and creation of this particular community. Always at the center of everything that was done in the Sustainable City is actually environment, but social and economical impacts are equally important and taken into consideration. So obviously, in terms of environment and engineering and other practices that were incorporated, the developers looked at food, energy, water, waste, mobility, as well as building materials and products. And at the heart of that element was obviously an attempt to minimize emissions during the construction phase and post-construction phase, and obviously minimize impact on or contribution to climate change, if I may say so. Obviously, social component was very important because this is predominantly residential neighborhood. So education component is present, sports, arts, culture, well-being, health, lifestyle, and safety and security, all incorporated there. Now, I'll try to in this brief presentation, bring it closer to you, and so that you actually have an insight that yes, something like that is happening even in Dubai, which might come as a surprise. So if you remember the slide with the master plan, it's actually surrounded with green buffer zone. This was very important for a number of reasons. So the buffer zone is 10 meter high, and it's stretching all around the perimeter of the development. It has over 2,500 trees in many layers in order to reduce air pollution and noise pollution for the residential and commercial areas within it. It also incorporates those elements that actually provide for the benefit of the social aspect of everyone in the community. It has 4 kilometers of horse track and cycling track, and it really encourages the well-being, sports, fitness, walkability, exercise within the community. And something that might sound simple, but is actually not practiced everywhere in this region, is that there are walk paths and a lot of shade is actually provided for the residents. What we try to incorporate in the sustainable city is also productive landscape, so that that there is some level of fruit production coming from the vegetation in development. What is interesting also is that the buffer zone is the vegetation in it is watered by treated sewage effluent that is coming from the community. And the cycle track also has a bioswale which collects and filters stormwater runoff, and through that actually recharges the groundwater table. Now, this is maybe a better view of what is called the green spine. What you see in front of you in the probably central area of the screen are 4 biodomes and a couple of lakes and walk paths around them. This area is obviously surrounded by clusters. You see one of the clusters on the left and on the right. But green spine is actually a social spine of the development, and it has a number of facilities like family pool, gym, other swimming pools, fitness stations, jogging track, and so on. But the signature on the green spine are actually biodomes and animal sanctuaries. So this is not something that we regularly have in this region. So it was important to again incorporate the social, environmental, and economic component in everything we do to ensure true sustainability. Urban farming is something that we also practice in the sustainable city. So within the biodomes, there's food production, but there's also productive landscape that I mentioned. And also there are social clubs that help people who live, the residents, to actually utilize urban farm allotments. They have access to composting, to potable water, to water the plants they're growing, and so on. Again, this is something very unique in this region, and the sustainable city is actually really proud living lab example of that. This is actually possible in any part of the world. We just don't practice it sufficiently. And now, when it comes to villas themselves, all villas are built in L shape, and they're all oriented in the same way. So basically north, south to the points. They have windows only turned towards the north side, whilst south direction has no windows or doors. All the villas are highly insulated. They have UV reflective walls, roofs, and windows. The orientation, as I said, is very important. Also, all these strategies basically reduce water and energy consumption within villas, which is obviously very important for how can I say, the way towards more sustainable consumption. What developers of the sustainable city believed, and it proved to be right, is that if the development is built in such a way that it's very easy to become a more sustainable consumer, then people will actually adopt these strategies, and behavioral change will happen more than if we have to invest a lot of effort in order to change that. But apart from that, we can say that energy use intensity in the development is 90 kilowatt hours per square meter per year, which is still considerably lower than Green Building Council suggestion of 160 kilowatt hours per square meter per year that we have here in the UAE. So obviously solar panels are fitted on all the houses. They provide shade, but at the same time they feed in direct energy into the house. Though houses are also connected to the grid. This is because there is no energy storage in the city, but actually grid is used essentially as, if I could say, energy storage. So during the day, there's plenty of energy produced through the solar panels, and not just on the houses, but also on the parking lots. And at the same time at night, they're consuming energy from the grid. But this import-export system actually helps that anyone that lives in the sustainable city has 0 dirhams utility bill, unless they really like to keep their air condition at 15 degrees, then even that won't help. But as long as they are, would I say, even just slightly more aware of how to reduce energy consumption, their utility bills are truly 0 dirhams. When it comes to infrastructure in the community, a community is fully equipped with solar car parks. As I said, it's a pedestrian community mostly, so car parks are between the clusters, and they are fully equipped with charging stations, and also concierge service with electric golf carts, club carts that actually help transportation throughout the community and minimize usage of cars anywhere within the community. Electric buggies are all around the community, and actually residents have cards which they can just utilize any of the buggies that they find around the sustainable city. I will just briefly mention, as I said before, and on the master plan, that part of Sustainable City is also Sanad, which is region's largest rehabilitation center for both understanding autism and related disorders, but also for a number of programs, inpatient and outpatient, that actually help these children actually learn life skills in a sensory-friendly setting within the community, because this is one of the elements that is, I would say, lacking in the region, but here is actually provided in abundance within the community. Now, this brings me to the building that we are probably the most proud of, which is the Institute building. Building is built as net zero carbon building. The certification is from ILFI Institute, and is actually looking into being net zero carbon by 2030. Building obviously has a complex building management system that minimizes energy and water consumption and regulates all the systems within the building. Building is fully equipped, as well as the parking lot, with bifacial solar panels. Part of the facade is also intelligent facade, matrix facade, which also produces part of the energy that building consumes. It has 2 chillers, absorption chiller, and the other one connected to the electric power. So hybrid HVAC, mobility, connectivity is all looked into, which makes it a first building in the region that will actually be net zero carbon building. On the other hand, building produces more than 2.5 times what it utilizes in terms of energy consumption, and is able to export actually to the surrounding buildings. We hope to invite you all to our conference, maybe in about 4 or 5 months next year. What we do at the Institute is a number of research projects, but also professional education, mostly focusing on postgraduate students. We also proudly have immersive learning center with augmented reality, education center, and immersive experiential learning. We're fully dedicated to sustainability programs. So all the lessons that were learned through building the sustainable city are actually conveyed through our programs to the young engineers, to those ones that want to update their knowledge, but at the same time to corporates and government departments that need to learn more about sustainability and raise awareness, but also go into great specifics in terms of everything I mentioned. Conferences, events are something that we proudly host and hope to invite you. But apart from that, we're also focusing on business incubation and acceleration. Just give me 1 second. Now, since my presentation addresses a bit of future plans, I would just like to briefly, for a couple of more minutes, share a few insights on some of the future developments. Excuse me. So some of the future developments which have actually started being built are Yiti Sustainable City. It's another mixed residential and commercial development, which is located very close to Muscat in Oman. And it has a number of tourist, cultural, real estate facilities. And within the master plan, which is multiple times bigger than the sustainable city in Dubai, there's a lot more advanced technology, and all the lessons learned in Dubai and actually in the sustainable city in Sharjah, which is also in the UAE, are now implemented and advanced in Yiti in Oman. Another sustainable city is now being built in Abu Dhabi. So again, we're closely connected to the region, but possible potential plans are also in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I will just highlight a couple of things that we'll do probably different or better than in existing sustainable cities. So when it comes to energy, demand side management through both passive and active design and all the measures that we have, we should be able to achieve EUI of 85 kilowatts per square meter per year, which is lower than in the sustainable city Dubai. And we're looking at, again, bifacial solar panels, biogas plant. By the way, biogas plant we also have next to the Sea Institute, and I forgot to mention that actually organic waste from the sustainable cities fed into that biogas plant in order to run the absorption chiller on the Institute building. Concentrated solar plant is planned in Oman, as well as battery energy storage systems, so a slightly different system than what we have in Dubai and Sharjah. And development will have its own microgrid. on site. Of course, when it comes to water, we try to, as much as possible, optimize the demand. And we're looking at per capita consumption of 170 170 liters per capita per day. Irrigation is obviously something that we need to look at very carefully in this region, and that is minimized. And we're trying to use alternative water sources wherever we can. So reverse osmosis is obviously used on site. Atmospheric water generation, we do have some rainfall in this region. Recycled wastewater, condensate capture, and so on. Essentially, 90% of the generated wastewater will be treated and reused on site. Finally, that brings me to the last point of my presentation, and that is that in every new development,
excuse me, your time is up, unfortunately, but if you could finish the thoughts briefly. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. Apologies for that, but all the following developments will be net zero carbon, where carbon will be minimized and offset, and of course will be zero waste at the same time. Thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for taking a little bit more time. I hope this brings a different insight from a different region.
Thank you very much. See you again in the discussion.
And now we move from Dubai back to Vilnius. And now we're going to hear a presentation about 15 minutes city in Vilnius with the title Time to Go Back to the Future.
The Chief Sustainability Officer at Relevant, Mr. Guido Wolf.
That's my name, Tatjana. I'm at Re11.
It's Re11. That is the name of our company. I have only 10 minutes. I will try to be as fast as possible. So,
as a real estate developer in Vilnius, we're very much committed to bringing sustainability to our cities. The question is, how does that look like? And we've actually focused on a number of factors. We are very much looking at our carbon usage. Unfortunately, for the types of project that we have, zero carbon in operation, not to mention life cycle, is very, very challenging, but there are many, many other factors that we can actually influence. And I'm here to speak about the 50-minute city. It's a fairly complex concept, but it is fairly important to understand what that implies for us, for our project, but also for our cities. The 15-minute city is not a trend. It's nothing new. Historically, we have always been living very close to our workplaces. We've socialized nearby. Now, at the beginning of the 20th century, many of our production places have become poisonous, very noisy. So there was a movement to actually save inhabitants and move the living places away. Modernism developed a functional city, or a functional model of a city that had dedicated areas separated by function. It was codified in the 1933 Assent Charter. And here we see the original model of Brasilia, a city which was deemed to be a new city in Brazil, which is very clearly separated, has lots of green space, which is amazing, except it's impossible to walk from one part to another. It was totally dependent on car traffic. If we look at many historic cities here in Berlin, we see actually a number of town halls, historic centers of settlements that became incorporated and which still are local sub-centers with offices, services, health close together. Unfortunately, like many other Eastern European cities, our towns in Lithuania are somehow different. We see here the density of offices very much located downtown, and the density of inhabitants that are clustered in a certain distance may be manageable on foot, by bicycle, but in fact, not very easy. The 15-minute city concept is attempting to reverse that trend. Why is that important? The monofunctional use of city districts is not sustainable. It is inefficient in use of time and space. It's obviously polluting, and it's dangerous. In 10 years in the European Union, we've had 6,000 children die in traffic. That is 2 primary school classes every month. In Lithuania, we have 500 children every year severely injured in accidents, left traumatized. Up to 10 of them die. So to that extent, I disagree with the previous panel. Ne visi mūsų mes išgyvensim. We have a very, very high cost of the development level of the city that we have ignored. And to improve that, building bigger roads to ease access is not the answer. Adding more and bigger roads will just add more traffic and slow us down even more. For that, we have a 15-minute city concept which changes our view on city development, focusing on the home and ensuring that everything we need is clustered around that home, letting us commute, travel on foot or maybe by bike or scooter within 50 minutes, which is 4 to 5 kilometers. In fact, many of the living areas that we see in Vilnius, also in Kaunas, have quite a few of these services already. Definitely health services, to a certain extent education, but actually safely moving to those is currently not easily possible. We need to come back to a level where we very much live locally and develop our life around that, but also have the city and all its constituents build the services around it. When I discuss this idea, obviously the most frequent response is, we are different. We can't be like Amsterdam. Well, Amsterdam didn't used to be like Amsterdam. Amsterdam changed in the 1970s when people there actually got fed up with traffic and the risk it presented to their lives and demanded changes. And most recently, many cities actually followed suit. When we talk about livable quarters, Barcelona is a very good example. In bigger cities, you know, simple blocks of houses surrounded by streets. Now, Barcelona instituted super blocks. What they did, they closed off the streets through inside 9 of these blocks to traffic, letting in only residents and necessary services. And they gained lots of space. They gained lots of space to actually live, to play, to socialize. Vienna has implemented that. These trees are actually bringing in shade and lowering the temperatures in the summer that are becoming hotter and hotter. Paris has started somewhat earlier, but actually during the COVID times intensified that. Large parts of downtown roads have been turned into cycle paths. I really want to see our big roads that we have by the river in Vilnius and Kaunas turned into nice boulevards for people to exist, for people to eat, to consume, to support local businesses. Korea did that some 20 years ago by bringing part of traffic underground, recreating old canals. And what do you think what happened? Car traffic started moving around town faster than before. There was definitely an increase in use of public transport. Fewer people relied on car transport. So on the big roads that were there, those changes were implemented in the middle of the north. The cars started moving faster. Everybody was better off. This is a smaller town in Spain. That's a traffic scheme. They show people the distances between the destinations and how much it takes to walk there. They've started pedestrianizing the downtown area in 1999 and extended that to more and more parts of the city. But don't shops and commerce suffer from that? No. In our streets, in our Western European cities, the biggest shopping streets are pedestrianized. That's Copenhagen. In the 60s, they had a 2-year trial project. The opposition said, no, we cannot close off our downtown area to cars because our stores will die. Thousands of people every day and every weather go there and shop more than ever before. In fact, most retailers overestimate the number of their customers that arrive by car, and more people frequent their stores if they can conveniently reach them on foot. But we have to actually also mind our words. Do we close our streets or do we open them? What does it look like? Is that a closed street or is that an open street for the people, for a city's inhabitants to use it? And when we discuss the 15-minute concept and making sure people can safely travel around the area, we're not talking about banning cars, excluding them. We are talking about a model that actually gives space to all equally. We need a trend reversal. All technology got smaller, slimmer, except for one. Strange, isn't it? And that's because we have so much space. If there was less space, more obstacles in our residential streets, maybe people would actually like to have a smaller car because then they have fewer scratches on them. Electrical cars are not an answer here. Electrical cars solve one of our problems, but no more. Speed is very, very important. The difference between 30 kilometers an hour, something which Paris has now instituted in most downtown areas, and 60s, which most of us actually drive in almost all streets in the town, is tremendous. The chance of somebody, a pedestrian surviving an accident, 30 is 10%, and at 60, 90, not surviving, is 90%. But this is nothing new. We need to actually go back to the way our societies were not that long ago. So the 50-minute city is not a trend, it's a trend reversal. It's making sure that actually we can move around safely and that not one group of traffic participants can benefit at the cost of all others. So we have those two aims. We need to create value by adding additional concentration, increasing density. And that has to apply to all people in our societies. Now, we as developers are doing that in Vilnius by focusing on multifunctional developments in what we call the new city center around Constitucijos Prospektas, making sure we bring in residential developments for sale and for rent to allow people the convenience of walking to the offices, of using the parks and the educational facilities that are around there. The biggest one is our Vivo 59 project with a number of office, residential, and service buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Keliaujame toliau, keliaujame prie pranešimo apie statybines atliekas žiedinės ekonomikos.
And the next topic would be about the construction waste in the circular economy. And the speaker is
representative of Riga Technical University. Please welcome.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you very much for organizers to inviting me to be here. And also thank you very much for previous presenters who prepare a basement for my presentation very much, because originally I will give you a view from the backyard, not from the facade. And it is about construction waste in the context of the circular economy. So I will divide my presentation for 4 parts as always, and go into introduction because I have a lack of time as usual. So we know the construction sector is among the world's largest sectors in case of resource usage and also production of waste. And in the current scenario of the climate change and also rapid population growth, we have to change our sustainable models, or we have to change our model to more sustainable way, and for sure, yeah, to be able to preserve ecosystems and also future generations. And in this case, circular economy will help us to go from the linear approach to the circular approach, and I will try to give you a little bit view about it. So, as I mentioned before, construction provides us a lot of different bonuses, so we can satisfy our basic needs, and also we have a lot of work, yes, so thousands of people are working here, but also it is a little bit negative way here, yeah? So we have a negative side as well. And it is a sector impact on the environment. So as I mentioned before, this sector is one of the most resource intensive sector. And as you can see here, so it's provide about a half of extracted materials in the wood and also energy consumption, and also consume a third of the water, a third half of the water. And do not forget also about the CO2 emissions and our aim to reduce them. But I'm going to speak about waste. And again, here is 30%, approximately 30% of all waste going from the construction. And so it means that we have to do something with that. Yeah, so we have to cope with that. And in this case, we are going to the construction waste part. Construction waste is a mix of different materials. So I do not want to read here, yeah, so you can see everything, but in any case, they are going through the all different parts or phases of the construction. And so from the construction sites, from the roads, from the demolition, and it means that there are a huge amount of materials, and more or less all of them, or most of this waste, we can reuse or recycle in somewhere. And so in this case, we can use a circular economy. And circular economy, it was already mentioned, so this is a development priority of the European Union at the moment. And so it is a part of the European Union industry strategy as well. But it is not a new one. Yeah, so originally, if you know, so it's coming from the 20th century when we spoke about resource efficiency, about cradle-to-cradle approach, about the industrial ecology and biomimicry. Yes, but mostly for sure, the main goal of the circular economy is to preserve resources as much as possible and use the various resources as long as possible to cut or to minimize the extraction of raw materials and landfilling of the waste. And so, as again, previous speakers have already said, Green Deal is a new European Union growth strategy, and it was launched in December 2019. but it was a catalyst of changing various documents and rules and also developing new one. And one of the main blocks in European Green Deal is a transition to a circular economy. Based on it, the new Circular Economy Action Plan was developed in March 2020, and among 6 other blocks or directions, it includes also construction and building. And it means, or this assumes, that integration of circular economy principles in construction and in all phases of construction, from the design point of view till the demolition, it is very important. And for sure, it means that we have to develop a common approach across all the value chain. So what does it mean? It means that circular economy connected with the sustainable development goals. And we have, and you can see here, so it is connected directly and indirectly. And some of the goals just provide an opportunity for circular economy to be implemented. And for sure, the most important for us, according to the construction sector, 11th and 12th goals, which are more connected with the construction. But as I mentioned before, so this construction waste in context of circular economy has a lot of different challenges. And we can see that originally, we can use a lot of materials, as I mentioned before, for the reusing and recycling. But unfortunately, we can see that real practices show us that some of the countries in European Union, they have reached originally 90–95% of recycling of CDVs. But some of the countries only more or less maybe 10 or 15. And here is a trick a little bit, because so I hopefully go back. Yeah, like this one, sorry. So it is a trick here because we try to evaluate this amount by weight. And it means that heaviest material, which we can quite easy to recycle, for example, beton and concrete and stones and metal, take mostly, so 90% of the weight. But all of the materials which are light, but in amount, they are a lot, so we do not recycle, we just fill them down, and a lot of them are going to the landfill. So for sure, and obviously, there are a number of obstacles, which we can see here, and which can allow, or maybe not so be good in this separation and use of such materials in our construction processes. But we can see these barriers from the 6 categories point of view, and each category consists of many barriers, but it is not very easy to represent it in one slide. But we can see that there are economical, political, organizational, and many previous presenters already mentioned them. But I am absolutely sure that you know that there are a lot of different technology exist already in the world. And the question why we are not using all of them, what is happening? Mostly it is about economical efficiency. And if it is not economical efficient, we do not have a representative from the industry now, but many manufacturers and many people mentioned that it is always about the money. And we can use it only if it is interesting from the profit point of view. And so for sure, it is the most like a driving force, profit and money. So I will be very short, because the time is going to the down. So to conclude, we have challenges, and these challenges ahead for the building sector are very huge. So potential contribution of this sector to the circular economy means that we have to change the sector. And there are the only few of the conclusions what we have to do. Mostly for sure, sorting on site, changing our attitude, collaboration of different stakeholders. But I have a recommendation as well to finish. And all of these recommendations are based also on the previous speaker mentioned. So we have to have a collaboration. And these collaborations are very important. The only if a lot of companies are interested in these materials, we can use them, yeah, and we can get them back to the process. But we have to have also government support for it, because without the subsidies, without the tax reduction, without some specific regulation which can help us to implement it, we cannot do it, yeah, and we cannot be sure that it will be supported by the industry. But also, as you can see here, material passports, modular construction, and what was also mentioned very nice, so digital platforms which allow us to share the data, to get the information, and for sure, as a result, to implement these practices in reality. Thank you very much. I'm very precise in time.
Thank you very much. Moving forward, keliaujame toliau.
Now let us go back to the digital twins and to the value, the installation value of the digital twin. And the speaker is Dr. Saulius Urbanas, HNIT Baltic representative. Good day to everybody. So I'm coming from Lithuania. I represent HNIT Baltic company. I'm going to continue on the HNIT Baltic and the digital twin. And since Žaneta asked me to speak in English, I'm going to switch into English.
Representing the private company HNIT Baltic, and we are implementing the geographical information systems there in Lithuania and in Latvia and Estonia as well. And by the concept of the digital twin, I'm keen to provide the presentation on how the geographical information system brings additional value when you deal with such complex system as a sustainability using digital twins. So the matter is that the value when you discuss about the digital twins could be measured in different aspects. So you can start from the simple solution, but prior to moving forward, I should say that the concept in general of digital twin is that you are bringing the reality which is around you to virtual environment. What kind of the reality you would bring in? It could be the one house, one flat, one road, one bridge, or it could be the district of houses, or it could be the whole city, or it could be the area of the whole municipality, or the half of the country, or the country. So it depends on the ambition you like to challenge when you build the digital twin. But of course, in this concept, we like to stress that it is not only the viewing to the digital reality. When you build the digital twin, you are also dealing with the relationship between objects, you are dealing with the object itself, you are dealing with the features and with the behaviors, depending on the environment. And the geographical information system, or GIS, actually helping us very much as a operational environment dealing with the digital twins. In summary, digital twins are giving the benefits because of you can compile a lot of historical data. You can compile all archives to the one system, and you can play with the span of the life cycle of the project, back or future, and even you can predict the future. As well as you can, by implementing the big project, like for example, we have Rail Baltica, the project in Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia on building the smart rail infrastructure, you can assure the proper monitoring and tracking the each stages, building this whole object and prototyping how the achieved result actually fit to the whole picture. So there you can actually test in virtual reality the objects with the different environment conditions, like for example, with the hurricane case, or with a very dry environment or very rainy environment. So and then, as you have seen from Andrius' presentation from university, you can prototype floods or do some other prototyping exercises, seeing how your object or the environment you are constructing react and behave. Geographical information system bring the value.
Sistemos suteikia tokią vertę, kad jos gali kaupti labai didelį skaičių arba apimtis pačių vairiausių duomenų, satelitinių palydovų duomenų, žemėtvarkininkų duomenų, ir galima tikrai kurti puikius žemėlapius, galima juos apjungti į tam tikras labai patogias loginės grandinės, analizuoti tuos duomenis pagal tam tikrus modelius, ir labai svarbu yra tai, kad galų gale galima priimti aukštą kokybę pasižyminčius sprendimus, kur leidžia pasiekti tų tikslų, kurių siekite savo veiksmais. Taigi čianais GIS miestų dvynių sistema, ir būtent tokia sistema yra miestas laikomas kompleksu, ir čia galima palaikyti daug skirtingų aplikacijų susijusių su aplinka, saugumu, statyba ir panašiai. Galima pasimti duomenis iš kur tik tai norima, taip pat galima kurti nuosavą turinį.
And make the really rich modeling, so probably endless modeling. It depends on your imagination. So other thing what GIS also help when you make especially the complicated digital twin, that you can incorporate BIM models like building information modeling or network information modeling or city information models or land information modeling or other slogans or information system that you know into the one operating environment, not losing the operation of the individual application that you, for example, use in the architecture or engineering planning. And when you accommodate those different information systems, you can also reach the third dimension, depending what target actually is when you compile this digital twin. And you see that what the benefits you can achieve on the right side upper of the screen. By this slide, I want to say that actually you can deal with the different type of the data sources. The formats, not anymore an issue in GIS, because GIS, when I talk about geographic information system, it is not one software, despite I'm representing the series software, which is ArcGIS kind of software family. But we deal now with the GIS as a platform of hundreds of software components. And in this platform, you can operate with the various formats and the converters, was losing sometimes some detail, but in general, the concept is that it is not a problem anymore, formats. You also can accommodate services and flows of the data, as I mentioned, from satellites or drones or laser scanning, which is more and more popular. And you can perform the data to the more user-friendly services. Like if you need to deal with the elevation, you like to see the elevation model. If you want to deal with the safety system, you are getting the service on the safety system. So the data itself runs around us. So, and we have a lot of flows of the data. The more problematic is how to turn this data to the kind of consistent way, achieving results. Simple things like, operating with a modern GIS, you can by one click extract features from the orthophotos. Like, if you need the buildings, you can just define what building is and what the pixels construct the building, and by clicking one click, you are getting those buildings. Same with the laser scanning data from the cloud of the points. If you define the logical algorithms, by one click, you can define, you can extract, the feature like power lines there. And then you can operate with the power lines as objects. So you can make the vector or operate in raster. It doesn't matter. So it depends on what you like to achieve by this. So in general, the GIS allows you to capture data, making mesh models, as you have seen in Andrew's presentation, modeling with a different elevation data and other data around you, and also not losing these individual operational capacities that the Autodesk or Bentley or other system allows you to do with it. So as a simple example, what a Vienna city that you can operate, we can quickly capture the reality data, transform it to the objects, operate with it as real buildings with a texture, so and mesh models, so see the building around the corner, but also you can treat them as objects, so you can manage with the data like which one was on the lease at what time, where the contract has ended or the approaching contract. So those 3D objects are real. So you can define rules, how they operate. You can track actually what was the start of this object and what is the end. And even you can dive into individual flats or even in the furniture in the flats and define the other rules like fire evacuation plans or other stuff that you like to do. The GIS and BIM synergy has brought a lot of things to us, also simplifying construction process, but due to the time pressure, I'll not stop on this. So and what I want to say that actually operating with the GIS, you can employ a lot of different engines to the one environment. And what's important that your data goes to worldwide, because it doesn't matter when you store the data, you can store the data anywhere. And if you allow the community use your data for the other applications, so it means that you can use different devices from using on the same project, and it doesn't matter from which location you connect to your project. And my last slide, when you still return on the question, what are the values of using digital twins when you build it? Of course, the biggest value is that you can prototype and play with it. You can reduce your cost of the project because you are sure that it will not collapse when the hardwood will come after you constructed the bridge, for example. You can save also quality assessments. So by prototyping and tracking each step-by-step progress, you have a transparent way that you can present to your investors and builders and community how you would behave with this object that you are constructing. Means that demonstrate how it's sustainable or not sustainable, or what are the risks. But what is the very much important there, so on the bottom line, that you can involve or engage with the community, that you can, by having the digital twin, you can communicate with a lot of people by making the hubs or portals, accommodating their comments, and at the end, getting the sustainable solution in practice by having this communication done. So through the GIS environment. So thank you very much. I see the time is pressing, so thanks a lot and happy to speak on coffee break.
Thank you very much. Dėkojame Baltic atstovui.
I'd like to thank a representative of NIT Baltic, but before we start our panel discussions, we will have another presenter, which will focus on sustainable food and sustainable eating in towns. Today with us, we have Donatas Dailidė from Dojus Agro.
Tai aš irgi gal kalbėsiu angliškai, nes taip buvau paprašytas.
Hello to everybody. I'm going to speak in English.
It's good to be here and be able to speak about important topics. First of all, I'd like to maybe talk briefly where is the biggest opportunity here. You know, in sustainable food production, I guess we need to look at the source. Of course, we have vertical farming, we can look at the supply chains and so on, but really, you know, we have the biggest opportunity in producing the food on the field and how to make it sustainable. So I'm going to talk about how to make sustainable food, and then which will be subsequently transported to the cities. Why this is important to us? So we are agricultural equipment leaders in Lithuania and Latvia. We have 350 people working in 15 outlets in these two countries, but all our customers are working with nature. So it's forestry, it's agriculture, and we really care what kind of nature we will leave to the next generations. And by introducing with all the principles that I'm going to speak about, we can really make a difference and leave these natural resources in a better condition, probably even than we found them. So what kind of issues and goals do we have? So population is growing. Globally, we will have 2 billion people more by 2050. So effectively, there's no other way than having more food. We'll need to feed more people. We also need to ensure effective use of natural resources. So agriculture, for example, constitutes around 10% of greenhouse gases in EU and European Union. Well, in Lithuania, it's 20%, and a lot of people speculate about this number, but in Lithuania, our proportion and ratio of agriculture and GDP is simply higher. So on let's say, how much we emit, we are more or less in line with the European average. But this is an issue to tackle. And we need to look and improve cost-quality ratio of the food. So effectively, we need to make a better food and less cost. So what enables these sustainability mechanisms in food production? First of all, it's political. Green Deal, subsidies, regulation, but I will not focus on that. I guess that's the job of politicians. But it has a big influence on the motivation, let's say. Second, the customer needs, CO2 neutrality goals, and cost management. So the first one, customer needs. According to research, around 50–60% of people are willing to change their eating and dietary habits just to have more impact on the nature and eat more sustainably. So this is big. And this consumer needs pressure comes to the biggest companies in the food market. So like Nestle, Kellogg's, and so on, they have consumer pressure to make the food more sustainable and more, let's say, healthy. So they really are focusing on what they call regenerative agriculture. So that's one. Second one is CO2 neutrality goals. Around 21% of 2,000 biggest listed companies have CO2 neutrality goals. So they have a plan, they have an action plan, and they have a date when they want to be carbon neutral. So the total turnover of these companies is 14 trillion. So it's a considerable impact on the economy. The problem is that among those companies are oil and gas companies, airlines, and so on. So they will never be able to be carbon neutral from their current activities by themselves. And they will need to buy this CO2 neutrality in the market. So that's the second driver. And yeah, I'm back. And the third one is the cost management. So simply by introducing new technologies and new ways on producing the food, the farmers, the community which produces food can save 10–15% of costs. So that's another driver. By this and doing other improvements, they can reach up to 30%. What does it mean? That they will need 30% less resources, that they will emit 30% of greenhouse gases by producing same amount of food, just by using the technologies and utilizing the technologies that are currently available. So 3 areas and mechanisms, and I'll briefly talk about tools that enable to achieve these things. So first one is regenerative agriculture. Effectively, it's to put it simply, it's all the ways and methods that deal with the health of the soil. So anything in agriculture that makes the soil more healthy is called regenerative agriculture. So it can be vegetation diversity, it can be cover crops, which you put between the major growing cultures, crop rotation, changing the crop from year to year, using less fertilizers on the field, and introducing agroforestry. So that's one area of improvements that could be done now and is available. Second one is voluntary CO2 market, which is present for the nature-based CO2. So effectively how it works is there's a baseline. So a company, an audit company, establishes a baseline, how much CO2 is currently emitted in a farm, draws an action plan together with the farmer, how to reduce the CO2 emission or to sequester CO2 into the land. And basically by achieving this plan, the farmer generates a CO2 credit, which can be sold to the polluters which pollute the manufacturing, let's say, and need to buy the CO2 neutrality as I've shown before. So this is another lucrative area which allows to transform, let's say, farming practices and not only avoid CO2, but let's say lock it in the soil by regenerative agricultural practices. And the third one is precision agriculture. So I guess that's where we are the most active as well as a company, which were pioneers in the market, let's say, and we're doing it for almost 10 years. So this is a set of tools and electronic systems and sensors in the machines, which allows to optimize, to improve the performance, to control the cost, to measure CO2, and implement the regenerative agriculture. To understand better, here are the few examples. So this is a technology which allows to distribute the fertilizer on the field as needed, as opposed that you drive and basically fertilize everywhere. You fertilize where it's needed for the field. So you cut the consumption of fertilizers, you don't damage soil so much, and you cut the cost of the food basically. Second one is nutrient indication in the food preparation. So basically by harvesting corn or the nutrient for the dairy, you see how much nutrients there is at the time of harvesting. It allows to balance the diet. It allows to reduce methane gas release from the cattle. So basically that's another example where you can really do an improvement. Third one is performance optimization. So that's also, let's say, where you benchmark the usage of machines. You can see that your machine is using more fuel than other machines, similar type of machines in the same area. You can see that you are doing some, you are not utilizing some functionality of the machine fully, and you're not achieving your full potential. So effectively by this, you can optimize your cost, use less machines, and again, save CO2 and your costs. So just to conclude, regenerative agriculture methods allows soil improvement and producing better quality food. Voluntary CO2 market allows financing these sustainable farming practices, as farmers can get money upfront by introducing these projects. And precision agriculture provides the practical tools to optimally utilize these resources to account for CO2 and basically make your processes more efficient. So there are other areas of sustainable food in the cities, like urban agriculture, vertical farming, like transparency in supply chains, last mile optimization. But I think, as I mentioned, this the production of food outside the city is critical because, you know, it's still the biggest area and it's there to be. So we really need to focus how to make this more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can take a seat right away in our discussion, actually. As we move forward with our second panel, and we're speaking about sustainable cities, of course. Once again, I'd like to invite our speakers to take a seat. Mr. Guido Wolf, Tatjana Tambovceva online. We do have in the discussion Ms. Jasmine Locke, as well as Mr. Saulius Urbanas and Andrius Jurelionis. Let's start with the description, and let's start with the parameters of what a sustainable city is. There are probably different parameters that we could measure a sustainable city by. What are the parameters that describe a sustainable city, and can we call a sustainable city the high-end living standards of our times? Mr. Wolf, let's start with you.
For you, I mean, do we start with a city that's carbon zero and not producing any rubbish? Is it a city where nobody dies from pollution, accidents, anything else? I mean, it depends very much on your understanding of sustainability, your focus. I think it's very difficult to have a purely sustainable life. I have lots of colleagues with my discussions with my colleagues. They go like this: ESG stuff is bullshit. It's only there for consultants to earn money. We don't get anything from it. We fill papers, reports, everything else. Nothing changes, and everybody's happy. And I say, well, environmental, social, government policies. If we look at those and think about sustainability, they help us to understand what we do, and they help us understand where we can make changes, even if it's incremental changes, to become more sustainable. I don't think we will have ever a fully sustainable life or fully sustainable cities, but we have many levers, large and small, that we can pull to make our cities more sustainable. I was talking about modes of transport, and yes, I think 90% of that is actually city leaders' responsibility to implement changes on traffic design. But sorry, next year we have elections in Lithuania. And it's your task to actually consider, to look at what your city administrations have done in the past 4 years to make your city more sustainable, and to see whether that's going. It's your responsibility to actually speak to candidates and to say, well, I think we have to change a few things. What are your points here? So we are on a way to make our cities more sustainable, but we have to start with ourselves.
All right, Jasmine, we heard from you a lot about the cities that you build that are sustainable cities. From your perspective, what are the key levers to pull? What are the key parameters?
Thank you. That's actually a very good question, and I couldn't agree more with what previous speaker just said. I think it's a very difficult question. I think it's not, definitely these are not, if we call them KPIs, they definitely wouldn't be the ones that we can universally use. This is not something, it's going to be very hard to make them standardized and comparable. They will always be very different for different geographies, and ultimately cultures, societies, and a state of the environment that we're dealing with. I think it's very interesting to see this very different climate conditions that we have in the Middle East, how we deal with it. But the big focus is really on those environmental indicators, on energy efficiency, on carbon emissions, but we do try to incorporate social aspects and KPIs dealing with that. Now, again, if you look at developing countries, exactly as the previous panelist said, it's very difficult to say what is it. Is it the mortality or education levels? If we look at the social component, but for now, I can say the developments that we are. Let's narrow it down. The developments that we are looking at, the ones that I talked about, are mostly looking at all three pillars of sustainability, where truly measured precisely are the ones related to energy, water efficiency, and a whole aim towards net zero energy, net zero carbon, zero waste, and so on. So those are the ones that we regularly highlight. But is it that, or is it SDG 11 and 14, 15 indicators that they're doing? Again, I think it's a great question and something that really needs to be looked at, especially if we want to look at comparability of sustainability or circularity in these cities.
All right, Andrus, can the concept of digital twins help us identify our dream?
It can help us to track what's happening in our cities. In most cases, at least in our city, we don't have a good online system to track everything. So I think visibility that it creates, it's very good. Engagement with citizens. You can visualize the data, you can empower citizens, involve them in decision making. So I think it's definitely a way forward. You know, what kind of data do we need? How much data do we need? That's a different question. But I think from any city leadership, if you feel that they are going towards openness and digitalization, that's a really good step. So, for example, in Kaunas, it's not happening yet, hopefully after the elections.
And a lot more elections coming up for the year after, so probably after some elections, that's going to happen. Saulius, you also talked about digital twins. What kind of data, which is a part of Andrus's answer, is the most important?
It's difficult to say depending what you want to do, actually. So if you can start with a simple thing like if you need to collect the garbage, you can put the points of the garbage box on the map and make the buffer zone and see how optimized the garbage design is, actually. But if you want to deal with a more complex system, like the city environment, like we see that like Vilnius or the big cities, you need to accommodate a lot of data, real-time data. I think we have a lot of data coming from state authorities. More and more data from state are become open, and we can benefit out of it. But also we have a various priceless data, like if each individual will open its mobile phone, and then we can track actually people's movement in the city. We can do a lot of tasks with this type of data, but of course it is the privacy, it is the other issues we deal with. But all related with the location actually is, I would say that for digital twins works very well. So and nowadays we have a lot of data, but we need to have a more, let's say, more standard probably approaches how to use this data, because we present the technologies. So anyway, someone need to put a challenge on and customize those technologies. So the robots will not do the work. Someone need to have a creativity and have a goals and KPIs that those performance will be successful.
Are those formats destined for success without digital twins, for example? Is it a key thing? Does it play a key role in making a city sustainable, for example?
I wouldn't say that you cannot achieve sustainability without digital twin, but digital twin makes the magic, actually, that you can have a look to future, and you can test what you are doing in virtual environment, avoiding problems that you might deal, in real life if you would construct improper building, so which will collapse. So after the first earthquake, so then it would be real problem. So that, but as more demands you are bringing on the task, as more complex the the task is. So in the end, I think sustainability from technical point of view is a kind of the compromise of the requirement you like to deal with, probably.
Tatjana, you talked about construction waste, and that's probably one of the sectors, one of the topics that we can talk about when we talk about sustainability in the city. How important is it to not forget one sector, and how do we find synergy between all of them? What could help?
It is a very difficult question originally. If we know it, for sure, we can achieve our aims faster. Yeah. But I think the previous presenter told a lot about it, because construction sector is connected with all sectors. Yeah, and so it is a sector which indicate our economical development and indicate also our achievements, and sometimes also fall down. But I think for sure in this case sustainability is like a stairs. You are not going or achieving the one aim, so you are going step by step on this way, and so it means that we can do and we can go on this way. So we have to continue to go here, and more or less I agree with the previous speakers that we need to collect the data. We need to raise the awareness, and it is very important to inform consumers and our people, yeah, so what we are doing and how it's help us to achieve these aims. And so in any case, yeah, I'm a little bit critical about different things. Yeah? So it is not about sustainability, about electrical cars, about different technologies. Which
Why is that?
So it's like they are sustainable, but if you are going back to the waste again, yeah, how to cope with the waste, what to do with them. Some of the materials are very difficult to recycle because it is not possible at all. And so it means that we have to analyze a lot. We have to see it also in long perspective. Yeah? So by putting our efforts on some specific things, we have to understand that it will help us to do it in future as well. Yeah, better word and achieve these better aims.
Donatas, you went from your product to the sustainability of food and sustainable cities. How different is sustainability in this case among different sectors?
I think we speak a lot about sustainable cities, you know, and what maybe I wanted to show as well, that rural communities and food production is part of the ecosystem of the cities, and we need to realize that, because without food there will be no cities. Yeah. Another thing is there's a tendency of more and more people going to live to the cities. So I guess technological advancements are necessary to increase the efficiency of food production, and let's say to be able with less human resources to produce the same amount of food as well. So another topic, I guess, is rural areas for the cities is not only, let's say, production of food, but maybe what was mentioned in the 15-minute city concept. It's a places for your leisure and to go out outside as well. So I guess my invitation would be to really think about you know, everything which is outside the city being part of the smart city infrastructure.
Jasmine, how universal can the sustainability solutions be? Or to put it in other words, can you do the same thing in Vilnius, for example, just like in Dubai, Oman, wherever? Please unmute yourself.
Yes,
Now
sorry
we
about
can hear
that.
you perfectly, thanks.
Yes, so that's an excellent question, and I think a rather simple answer: no, we cannot apply same sustainability solutions. But if you're asking whether sustainability as concept is universal, I do believe it is. We're all aiming for same sort of goal, or let's say process and long-term solution, but it will be very, very different how we apply it, especially in different regions and in different settings. And I understand, coming from Europe, that there will be a lot more, especially in construction sector, there will be a lot more retrofitting, completely different political scene, rules and regulations to what we have in the Middle East. If I look at the sustainable city in Dubai, it was a blank slate. It was a plot where this concept could flourish, and it was in some ways it took a few battles to develop it the way it is, but essentially in a couple of years you could have 3,000 people living in this area. I doubt that would be easily replicated in Europe if you take into consideration different rules and regulations, different opinions. I think the process would possibly take longer, but then on the other hand, different policies would support maybe better development of such communities. And then if we of course go into technical aspects, that would obviously be extremely different, especially when it comes to renewables that we use. We can't possibly compare the hours and installation that we have here throughout the year on daily basis to areas, let's say in Europe, or in northern parts of Europe, where there's definitely a lack of insulation during the day to produce the amount of energy that we can benefit from. So we hardly have to look at other renewables in these conditions. So in short, to answer the question, sustainability is, I believe, a truly universal principle that we need to live and pursue, but how to achieve it is extremely different in different regions.
How different among the regions are the needs of the communities in terms of sustainability?
I also think very, very different, especially if you look at now, if we look at globally, again, if I go into developing countries and what are their needs and what are their struggles, and setting up a city or a community that is sustainable, and then looking at first world countries, if I can call them that way, and what are the needs in those countries. That's why all those indicators we talked about are very different, and implementation strategies are very different, different struggles, different principles. So I think extremely different around the world. The setting, it's not a leveled play field at all. So we're talking about completely different concepts, if you ask me.
Speaking of a 15-minute city concept, Mr. Wolf, how universal can that be, which is partially a concept of sustainability, let's say? Get a mic.
These concepts obviously have to be applied for each city separately. We saw the example of the Spanish city that has about 80,000 inhabitants. So it would be one model for the entire city, where people essentially can cross it, and you can really make large parts of the city very accessible. When we talk about Vilnius, we clearly speak about a decentralized aspects with several areas where we are talking about bringing more residential into the areas that are heavy on services and on offices. Obviously, we need then also to think about bringing more decentralized services and offices into more residential areas. To that extent, Vilnius is maybe not the worst place to start, because I mean, the sleeping rayons, the districts, they have many health facilities, they have schools, but it also requires a certain change of mind to decide that actually the local school is good enough. rather than all the parents crisscrossing the whole town every morning to bring their children to one specific school of their choice. That might actually require more investment in the educational sector, making the sector more attractive, both to staff, but also to students. So I do think each city will have to, or each country will have to look at the problems there very specifically and solve their own problems there.
Can we begin innovating in any city, or do we have any preconditions in this case? Where's the eureka moment, for example? Let's make the city sustainable.
We need to begin with our own homes. We need to look at the places where we live, where our homes are, and get together and see what can we do to make these areas more accessible. What can we do that our children feel safe going out to play in the street? How can we slow down the access? How can we give more space to those people that decide to walk and cycle around? That's the start. It's always our own home.
Andrius, apart from the elections, where do we start from in Lithuania?
I think in Lithuania we have quite a good potential for ecology and for sustainability. Our cities are quite green. Our cities are not the scale of like mega cities like London or New York, and it's easy to collect. It's easy to collect the data. It's easy to digitize. It's I mean we have quite nice environments around our rivers. Our rivers are not in concrete, so we can work with it. And I think if you ask me, where do we start? I would say still we need some holistic approaches, and we should have policies, we should have transport, education, all of these together. In a way, I will oppose to my colleague that you can say it starts from yourself, but you can bike all you like. I mean, if you don't have the cycling infrastructure, you will be risking your health and safety. So it should be everything, I think. People, politicians, systems, practices.
All right, Saulius, what's the key in your opinion? You're just as optimistic.
Surprised that we have this conference in the university. So my hope is that actually a research community or young people that are getting new knowledge, that are touching new technologies, that are getting in connection with the achievements of the other university labs and seeing the different conference reports, they will be creative and find out new ways, new technologies, new methods to apply. It is for us to assure that actually those young people with a creative mentality will get everything they might need. So I think that nowadays open data also concept has been implemented, and universities have a unique opportunity to use almost all different data sources. So just they need to use it. So, and I very much hope that, talking about the things we have shown with Andrius, so those things like, the virtual reality people have seen in the science fiction movies in the past. And later on, we start to get some results in the computer games when, real data of Vilnius and the city have been incorporated in Minecraft and other games, and then people realize that actually this is the real data with the real objects, and you can actually do the real tasks with it. So all of this which we have shown, those are not fantasies, those are practice implemented already. And we have a very good community, world community, where you can see various examples implemented in different countries, like in Dubai city, and then you can grab what you like to have. Not necessarily copying, but grab the best thing and do better. So that I hope that the audience which is sitting there will do it.
I hope so as well. Yes, Tatjana, what are the red flags?
Yeah, it is very nice because I just thinking about it that I agree absolutely, because I see it through my student at university. They are very aware about the environmental issues, and I think more than we are. Yeah, so, and they are very creative, and they use these new technologies and new approaches much more than we, and they use the sharing cars. cars, yeah, so they share different like clothes and everything else. And so we probably mostly after the Soviet, no, in this area, yeah, after the Soviet time, we are like owners of something, yeah, and so we do not want to lose this. And I think the young generation are absolutely prepared for the sustainability, yeah? And so I'm absolutely sure that they will be able to do a lot in this case.
When innovating, what do we have to avoid or be careful about? Because you mentioned there's some hidden trace sometimes behind some innovations. What are we looking at right here if we want to be careful, avoid any damage?
You know, I hearing about this. I very like I like this approach for 15-minute city, and I think it is very nice, really. But I am again critical a little bit because I think that it could be a division of the blocks again, yeah, to the like better blocks or worse blocks, and how to avoid this one, yeah. So and it's always understandable that also Jasmine told us that this sustainable city we can create the new one, but it is like a conclaves, yeah. So what is happening out of these cities? And I think we have to think more about how to make the old cities more sustainable, or really we have to build new one. So maybe we have to move to another cities, yeah. So and make other areas yeah, more sustainable. I think these questions are the most important.
All right. To conclude things, Donatas, what's the opportunity in sustainability for Lithuania?
I think just a bit to draw up on other ideas and,
Sure.
and to close. I think there was a very good question. Is sustainability possible in everywhere? I think, sadly, but sustainability is still part of the welfare state kind of countries. And you know, when people don't have food and shelter, they cannot think about these things. So I think that's one of the areas to take into account. So maybe, you know, and the area to focus. Another thing is, I think the low-hanging fruit is really for us to do it, because we have a very good baseline. It's much easier to do it in Vilnius than in New York. Just because we are much smaller, we need to invest less. We have forest in the middle of the city, so we have the natural infrastructure for that. So I think, and all areas that were mentioned today are very valid, you know, and food supply, car management, construction, they're all part of this equation. But someone needs to look at it holistically and integrate them all together.
All right, Jasmine, is Vilnius really better than New York in this situation? And do you have anything to add? Again, the mic.
Yes. Personally, I think it's better than New York, but then don't share that. I think the natural environment that you have and can enjoy, you just need to preserve it, conserve it, and appreciate it. We are in a completely different setting here in Dubai. But I do appreciate the type of nature that we experience here as well. Now, challenges are unfortunately completely different when it comes to very, very high temperatures and very arid environment. But what are our opportunities? I think between Vilnius, let's say, and Dubai, I think we can learn from each other, even though the environments are completely different. But we have tried and tested certain principles. We have seen how behavioral change can happen just by moving in the setting, in the community, where majority of people understand sustainability and are very committed to it. I think in terms of innovation that you mentioned, I think it's very important that governments support it. I think governments need to heavily incentivize move towards sustainability. So if we have that anywhere around the world, I think we're going to achieve a lot more, a lot faster. Policies need to be there to accept these innovative approaches, whether it's an enclave community or a centuries-old city. I think there has to be acceptance of innovation, innovative technologies. We had to go through sometimes months or years to try to convince the municipality that certain ways of doing things are better for the environment, that are truly efficient. So I think learn from each other. Let's learn from each other. Let's accept innovation and explore more partnerships. And as one of the previous panelists said, it's fine even if we copy and make it better. It's absolutely fine. Let's just move in the right direction as soon as possible.
Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you all very much. We separate now for a lunch break. Skelbiame pietų pertrauką ir grįžtame po jos. 15.
We will be back at 25 past 3 o'clock Vilnius time, and let us all be back to the third part of the conference, which is going to be crowned by yet another discussion. We're going to talk about the meaning of consumerism and about building, capacity building, as well as consumerism in principle. Let us all be back at 25 past 3 Vilnius time.
Kągi, metas trečiai ir finaliniai mūsų.
It's time for the third and the final part of our today's conference. Today, we're talking about sustainable consumption and production and how to make it possible and how to meet the needs of a modern society in the global world. Soon we're going to focus on consumerism. And so this is the topic that we're going to conclude our today's conference. We have roughly 2 hours of productive work. Before we do that, I would like to invite colleagues from Kaunas University of Technology from the Department of Environment, Violeta Kaunelienė, the head of the department, to say a welcome word.
Atkeliauja į mūsų konferenciją.
On behalf of the Department of Environment Protection of Kaunas University of Technology, I would like to wish you every success in your future activities. And I have to admit that our present has left a certain footprint, carbon footprint. We know that ginkgo tree they have a very long life cycle, and thanks to photosynthesis, they are going to compensate that damage inflicted, 100%. And once they are fully grown, then they give you a very nice shadow. And that would be a nice occasion then to invite your friends and partners to sit in the shade. So I would like to wish every success in our future work and future cooperation. Everybody is welcome in my department to nurture this tree and to water it whenever it needs it. Okay, let us continue our conference after a very generous lunch. We couldn't simply stop, the food was delicious. So our topic is consumerism and value for consumers. And the next speaker is Rimantė Balsiūnaitė, expert from the Consumers Alliance. Hello to everybody. Hopefully you're all well set for the third and the final part of our conference. I represent the Consumers Alliance, and we are an organization which is an umbrella organization for a number of consumer associations. And I'm here today to talk about consumerism. So in order to understand the meaning of consumerism and where to stop, or where to put a stop to consumption, let us see where it all started from. This is a landscape of our ancestors. So back in these days, people didn't have that many, they didn't have the tools available, only very primitive ones. They didn't have any machinery, they didn't have any supermarkets, factories. And later, development took its way and new products were developed and bought and sold, and the things have changed until we come to the point of the first revolution of consumption. At that time, people understood that they can dress themselves up the way they liked it, not because they really needed to change clothes, but simply because they could afford buying a new item of fashion in order to demonstrate their social status, or just make some hairstyle, or buy any hat or any headgear, basically to have various styles for every single occasion. And that was the era when people understood that they can consume as much as they wanted. And Mr. Diderot, he was a French writer and a philosopher. He was very poor. His daughter wanted to get married and he didn't have money for her dowry. And therefore he was very sad about this. And Catherine II decided to purchase from him his library. All of a sudden, Diderot became a very rich, and he bought a red mantle for himself. What happened next? Once he came back home, he understood that his environment no longer looked well in his surrounding, and therefore he decided to buy a new table and a new mirror. And this whole entire process is called Diderot effect. So whenever we buy one item, we desperately need to buy something else which goes well with it, a jacket, and then on top of that, a handbag or a pair of shoes. So at that time, people came to an understanding that this consumerism has some negative connotations. For instance, the church started using such concept as sin, the vanity, the sin of vanity, which basically means, well, what it means. And the church postulated that people should not focus on the putting a nice decor in your apartment or upon yourself. And people decided that it was much more interesting to turn a deaf ear to the church preaching. And there was one novel issued by, and it was titled The Fable of the Bees, which basically postulates the idea that we feel the pleasure after buying some items. And he was basically right. Every time we buy a new item or we unpack a new purchase, our body gets its dose of dopamine, which is a hormone of pleasure. And we as creatures, as normal creatures, we want to satisfy our and we want to get some nice emotions. And that is one of the main reasons for over-consumerism, in order to produce and to get another dose of dopamine. There are a lot of negative impact of this consumerism, and you see some images from the ocean. And these are the ones that I usually come across while diving. And this turtle, I believe you every time you think about it, whenever you buy some a disposable bag, because that's the communication. It is very a popular image of human waste to the oceans. And that is one of the results of plastic pollution. There are many more such negative effects, such as air pollution or soil degradation. So we might have a lot of negative examples of consumerism, which are basically all the more present in our environs. And one of the solutions is, of course, the circular economy concept that we have heard so much about today. The key idea behind this concept is to reuse and to recycle. I met today a very nice colleague who's basically processes dog wool, and then this wool can be used for any knitting projects. So indeed, it's a very nice example when you can leave a much smaller negative imprint from the point of view of things or items. I really doubt it if it is possible to stop the negative imprint, but we could at least do our best to minimize it. Circular economy sounds like a nice notion, but it is not very easy task for numerous reasons, not necessarily the financial ones. We also might have some social problems. The so-called short-term mindfulness, or it really does us a disservice. Very often we, being humans, if we know that we're going to get the benefit 100 years from now, when we're no longer to be alive, nobody wants even to invest into that very distant future where you're not going to be part of it yourself, because it is not going to pay off. And that is a very wrong approach. We really would be willing to see everybody investing into a better future. Another important obstacle is the so-called greenwashing. And it is a very complicated topic. By the way, I have some background in environmental studies, and whenever I'm choosing a product, I need to make an effort or a research. I really need to make a distinction whether there is a green washing and when there isn't. You can imagine as an ordinary consumer who doesn't have any master's degree. So this greenwashing is a well-spread phenomenon, both within the society and within the production cycle of products. And there are ways how to put a stop to all of this. I wouldn't be able to give you a recipe for a full stop, but there are some ways how to at least slow down this process. Starting from the consumer's approach, we have to see how we can possibly derive this dopamine, the happiness hormone, from elsewhere. Sports could be one of such areas. Another aspect is to make some effort in self-educating yourself, because the problem of greenwashing is that in order to be able to distinguish between greenwashing and the green ideas, it needs a lot of time and research. I also mentioned adherence to the circular economy principles, which is also important. If you want to give it a try and test what it means like to live sustainably, I would like to invite you to try plastic-free, life free of plastic. And this is a movement, a global movement, and a certain group of people stops using anything which is covered or made out of plastic. And every year, my participation is not always perfect. I remember the first time I was very enthusiastic. I wanted to be 100% to this idea. I was in Germany back then. There were some moments when I basically had to starve myself because I couldn't simply find unpacked food or loose food. Luckily, I managed to find some smaller shops, corner shops, where I could buy some food for myself. So I deeply recommend this, not a plastic-free July, but maybe plastic-free December. Can you imagine Christmas without any plastic? So that completes my presentation. I'm very happy that we are here. We're discussing and touching upon very important topics. It is important to talk about it, but actions speak louder than words. And we shall maybe find some spots elsewhere in the outer space. So thank you very much for your attention.
Kągi, ačiū už pranešimą.
Thank you for your presentation. We will now talk about studies and the improvement of competencies and how to start on the right foot. So with us today, we have Viktorija Nausėdė from Textile, who is the founder and manager of the company. Hello, everyone.
Geras tonas užduota.
It's a great title of the presentation. And indeed, it served as a source of inspiration for me. Sorry about the Scottish accent. So I'm a student from the
Well, my journey has been continuing for the past 12 years, and this relationship with the studies and the competence building has been growing ever stronger, and this interdisciplinary approach and the possibilities to take a creative approach from various angles, I believe, is a key concept which is necessary for us in order to be able to build a circular economy. So I will try to discuss what I have managed to achieve over those past 5 years when I started to learn more about textile, which ends up in our garbage waste bins. So how we can turn the textile waste into an opportunity. The initiative was launched back in 2015, inviting various designers and stylists, and we tried to persuade people that the second-hand garments are no worse than new ones. Well, we received quite a lot of likes, but the reality, well, you know what it was like. You may imagine. In 2018, we already started growing as an organization, and we launched a project which helped us to evaluate the situation of textile waste in Lithuania, along with the partners from Denmark and Ireland. They were rather active and helped us in implementing this project. Firstly, we took stock of the textile processing or recycling, processing, and what are the real volumes of imports of textile. And then after taking stock of the situation, we tried to persuade our partners that time was ripe to do something about it. The second project helped us to see what was the approach or reaction to textile waste by our creative industry experts. We tried to build bridges or to find a road path towards circular economy in textile area. So what is a circular textile economy? This stands for a chain of individual processes. I'm not going to list everything that is being listed here in the scheme. You are perfectly aware how it works. Textile should not end up in garbage waste bins. And whenever you buy any new item, you have to think how to use it as long as possible, and only then look for the ways of recycling. So what is a textile platform? This is a platform for fashion which is still can be worn. Our goals is to collect textile, is to sort it, to filter, and to make it ready for further use so that we can use it and wear it. We also have online sales, and we have physical sales outlets, which help us both collecting and selling those prepared items. And we can redo the garment, refit it for the new life. We can clean it, we can make some corrections. So these are all the things that we do. And if all these fails and the item can no longer be worn again, only then such textile should end up as waste. We try, and of course, so the benefit of this activity is that we have developed new jobs, and we believe that we could use the resources available for creation of new jobs. There are a number of studies which are being shared among many like-minded people, is that the usual way of doing away with the textile waste creates 10 times fewer jobs compared to recycling and reusing of the existing textile items. So what does this textile is, and what does it stand for? We have already launched a number of projects with a number of our partners. We are trying to broaden the outlook of our consumers, and we have experienced both positive and negative moments. We're happy that even without any force, so to speak, there are some trademarks which are looking for the ways how to integrate the waste. And one of such projects would be with Initex, Initex Group, and another one is with Audimas, textile manufacturer. So whatever is being left as a leftover or as a waste in the production process, or is considered as a wastage during the production, this can be used and can be returned back to the market. This is both a challenge and a possibility. And according to our plans, by 2025, this is going to be a norm, and that every single producer and importer will have a responsibility to take care of the textile waste. So the result, what can we boast ourselves? And especially given that we have a very abundant market of textile, we're trying to reach out to the various channels. How do we manage to sell the second-hand items? I can rightly say that the system has proved its worth, and our results are improving, and it is still yet too early to give you a KPIs. So our primary goal was how to use the available resources to the most optimal way. The ones which can be used and reused, they should be reused instead of being disposed as a waste. Another challenge, if you are a small company, you have to use of limited in-house resources. And for us, sustainability is the key, especially if I have graduated here, and sustainability, I regard sustainability not as a butter on your daily bread, because sometimes I could hear such notion that women should stop spending so much on clothes, that we should be changing our lifestyles and be more sustainable. So I think we should take a much more serious approach than blaming women for overuse of textile. So our ultimate goal is to make sure that the reuse, rental, or some fittings or renewals of the second-hand goods should be up to 40%. Some of these items could be corrected, adjusted, rented, and recycling is also an important area and a niche for businesses to look for the best solution. So how shall we go about it? how can we address this textile waste? What are the consumers' expectations? We need to wait for the best ways. The people want to get items looking like brand new, which are nicely looking, and we need to motivate to include them and to spend quite a lot on commercials. Quality of the customer service and efficiency and the consumer cost shall be brought to the minimum so that such items could become the items of first choice. Digital solutions, they're very important in a contemporary world, and along with AI solutions, we need to make sure that second-hand goods are reused and they could at least replace some new items. In particular, if we are referring to these new items as the fast fashion items. How to prepare those items, how to make these second-hand goods look like brand new with nice aroma and, well, basically attractive for the final user. This is not a very easy way how to do it. Infrastructure, yes, all of you are aware what it means to work with the waste flows, or is soon to become a waste. You need to have lots of storage space. So we're also looking for these solutions. I already made some reference to the fashion marketing, and that is one of the key elements. Our results show that the number of people who are willing to either to sell or to donate the items is 8 times more than the ones willing to use second-hand items. So a larger majority is willing to give away the unused items, but they're not willing to use second-hand items themselves. So we need to do everything that is possible to make sure that second-hand goods are reused. And that is how our promotional campaign runs. That's I am not a second-hand, I'm brand new. I look like brand new.
Thank you. We have just found out as to how we can deal with things and garments which have been pre-used already. And we will now hear a presentation about waste, about habits, and what that tells about us. So now we have Laurynas Virbickas with us, who will talk about what our waste tells about us and about our habits. He is the director of Kaunas Regional Waste Center and also the vice president of Lithuanian Regional Waste Management Companies. Hello, everyone. This university is also my alma mater, and indeed it's great to be able to talk to one another, refer to one another as a colleague. And I remember when I came here, you were my teachers, my professors. Now we can talk on equal terms with you. That's really, really great. And there are synergies between our institutions and enterprises. Okay, if someone is still missing for some numbers, I'd like to share a few anyway. So I'm quite passionate about waste, so to say, so more than 1 million tons of communal waste we have in Lithuania, and 30% of that is used to generate energy. 1/3 is composted, and 1/3 is sorted out. So these figures, these numbers, they look just beautiful. They are getting better. And you see the objectives of 2030. So in terms of metal, we have achieved objectives in terms of collection of metals. That's fine, because metal is something you can get money for. So therefore, collection of metals have been easy. There's the principle of polluter pays, the principle of deposit, etc., etc. We'll touch upon these points later on. So anyway, in Lithuania, we have everything. We have this holistic approach. We have the system of deposit. Maybe what we miss is big, major automated sorting centers and maybe things are not that bad. What would you say? And this is how we look in the context. So it looks it's okay, but when we live well, we want for more. And as our colleagues told in the beginning of the day, we have to carpe diem, or enjoy life. So I think we look more or less okay. Not everything is ideal in those called the good countries. The German embassy was organizing some trainings recently in the Baltic countries, and later on invited us to the Bavarian region because they have been collecting food waste for 60 years, and I was giving them some practical questions. However, I wasn't able to get answers. So Germany seems to be well educated. However, half of the food waste goes to communal waste. When I talked about packaging, ministry doesn't have this information. There are 8 major food packaging management companies, and they don't share that information. So, well, the figures are interesting, the process is interesting, and that's not totally transparent, so to say. If we take a look at another figure or table, we see we are lagging behind the European Union averages because our industry is lagging behind. So things are getting better, but this figure of 4.4 is quite small. But industry needs more volume, and in those countries which generate more volume, they are able to install better systems. And this is the stage of things with MBT. Many people say that we don't need that, but in terms of figures and numbers, all seems to be okay. So it's called technical compost. We use it as a layer in waste. However, in 2027, technical compost will be not considered as an okay material. Yes. And it looks like we are likely to rise in this rating higher up, which is not a good thing. I'd like to thank our colleagues who do studies, make all sorts of surveys, and indeed, in one of those pictures, you can also see a picture of excavation of a waste place. There are all sorts of composting food at home, but they seem to be quite pricey. So people seem to be okay to pay for heating, electricity. And if we think of how much we pay for waste management, it looks like it's not anything major. And in terms of different municipalities, these figures are quite different. They differ in times. Different municipalities are able to collect different quantities of packaging materials, but the figures are increasing in all municipalities. We are thinking and talking about the development of the system of deposit. About 30,000 tons of glass waste goes to landfills. And of course, it's a major question. We again need a lot of investment to recover that glass. So the question is whether government will make some decisions or not. And from the environmental perspective, it's a very good thing to be able to sort out glass, but each and every one of us will have to work. And a lot of people keep asking questions, why do we burn this waste? Why don't we recycle? My answer is that it is really difficult to achieve that. It is great to recycle, recover, upcycle, but we lack in real capacity of recycling plastics. About 40% of plastics are non-recyclable because of different qualities of recyclables. As for example, in my hands I'm holding 2 different types of plastic, and one of those types of plastics is recyclable, but another type is non-recyclable. So indeed, it's a problem. There's another principle, which is the principle of responsibility of manufacturers. But as our colleague told before, if you don't have any other options, you still buy a packaged thing. So the choice is a problem sometimes. And sometimes companies talk to one another and say, use this plastic or don't use this type of plastic. I also got a souvenir from my holidays. So it's from a recyclable plastic. So the problem is that you cannot recycle anything smaller than 6 or 8 centimeters. So it's too small a particle, which eventually can only be used for burning. So as you can see, the paper is okay. Plastic straw is not okay. So it's just a kind of souvenir, which cannot be recycled. Of course, we can say that we have a proper holistic approach. Our colleagues from Poland are inviting us. They are inviting us as consultants too, and that is great. Again, a photograph from one of our events. So one PET bottle weighs about 10 grams. And here you can compare these bottles. Some of them compress, some not. And in the city of Kaunas, every person generates around 60 bottles, which is transformed to the figure of 100 million of PET bottles, which is a big, huge mountain. And you can see that these are really grand figures. And as I said before, we say that in Lithuania we have a lot of rain, but not everything is so bad. We have lots of promotional events, all sorts of campaigns, all sorts of workshops, which also include KTU University, all sorts of events that try to engage people and which try to engage people. And I think we're on the right track. Thank you.
Dėkoju, Laurynai. Keliaujam toliau. Jau nuo diskusijų pradžios, nuo pranešimų pradžios kalbam nemažai apie.
So thank you, Martinas, and already from the beginning of the discussion, we understood that the key to success in terms of sustainability is people. And let us now talk about project promoters, successful project promoters of sustainability. We already have such good examples. So I invite Ieva Jurkonienė to speak about this. We can hear you well, so you can proceed. So I'll try to share my screen, and you will be able to confirm that you can see everything. We already see your slides. Thank you. So hello to everybody. Fortunately, I could not make it to be physically present. I listened very attentively to all the presentations made before, and you already learned a lot what needs to be done for the sake of sustainability. Now I would like to say who are those successful sustainability project promoters? So allow me to start from the introduction. So what does this Create for Lithuania program stand for? This is a chapter in the Invest in Lithuania organization, and our goal is to attract to Lithuania those people who have valuable experience in both in private and in public sector. Every year, we identify 20 to 26 people with foreign experience, and we hire them for 1 year. During this 1 year, project participants implement 1 or 2 projects, and we have a possibility of working across a number of fields, and environment or sustainability will be just one of such possible themes. Another could be the cryptocurrency regulation or environmental protection or cybersecurity, just to name a few. So we have now 50 public sector institutions which are involved in this program. It has been running for the past 10 years. And the projects have been versatile. All in all, we have roughly estimated 280 and plus projects. The United Nations organization named us as a role model for other countries to follow. Why is it so important for us, Lithuania? Because this gives credit to what we do, because we do not know any similar program where the public sector would open up for people having a broad spectrum of skills that could be put to use. 40% of our project participants, they stay to work for the public sector after this initial participation. So what are these projects developed under the Create for Lithuania umbrella name? All these projects may be indeed various because the institutions are different. So first of all, projects have to be addressing a certain issue. What does it mean? People might come to our organization and they are willing to solve a very peculiar problem. For instance, bullying at school. And that is the problem that we want to deal with. But 6 months indeed is too short a period to address this complex issue. And then we decided to narrow this topic down to the communication, school communication about bullying. So it was just an example how we fine-tune the titles of the project. Why is our program so well known in Lithuania? Because this is a tool for evidence-based policies. Another good example would be a project from this year's pool. Every project have to be evidence-based or fact-based. Why a suggested issue is worth to be addressed. Some of our project participants claim that why do we have even to think and to speak about waste in a forest? Because it is obvious, it's a fact that it is, we have such a situation. But some people might not even see it as a problem. And people don't bother giving their waste away to collecting points, and instead they dispose of their waste by dumping it in forest sites. And that's indeed quite a big difference between talking common sense, what everybody believes is truth, and then when we give the facts and figures to prove our point. A third requirement for all the project participants is to involve as many stakeholders as possible in the decision making. Our projects are never implemented behind the closed doors. project participants, they might even feel a certain level of discomfort when they have to sit around a table and listen to opposing views. But usually, out of this exchange of ideas, the truth is born. So now I have tried to pick up the most illustrative projects that are related to the topic of your forum. Last year, there was a new methodology for evaluating zoos that was developed. Why we needed to update it in the first place? Because there was a newly introduced requirement from the European Commission. And this project was a very good way of involving various zoos and numerous experts in order to update the zoo supervisory program. And not just simply for ticking the box, but in order to make it beneficial and useful for zoo cattle, for zoo animals. Another project was about the hydrogen-based fuel use in the infrastructure, and we've been looking into the possibilities of where such a hydrogen fuel infrastructure could be used. And some of the vehicles which already run on hydrogen need to go to Latvia in order to refuel the batteries. In Lithuania, we even do not have such a phrase as carbon farming. And our team indeed laid all the necessary foundation so that once we get the new guidelines from the European Commission, we will be able to kickstart very soon. And just a couple of other projects, and by the way, you can read a lot more information about each of them on our website. So as you can see, those projects starting from the Ministry of Agriculture, going to the Ministry of Environment. We work a lot with municipalities, and sometimes we introduce indeed innovative concepts such as the green infrastructure, and the team introduced us to the very concept. And that was done a couple of years ago. Now this concept has been further developed. So I would really welcome you to visit our website and to learn more. And now let us jump to the spot where I'm mostly interested in, namely, which of the project implementers are the ones that are successful? Well, I tried to answer to this question on the basis of three stories, and I had to define it to myself that people who work on sustainability issues, or the ones who are trying to look for the solutions, we believe that they have three features in common. First of all, they're open and cooperative, they're willing to learn and patient, as well as they're daring. So Ira is the participant from last year. She basically is a graduate of policy making, and she has had some internship at the European Commission. At that time, she got interested in the Green Deal initiative, and she decided to delve even deeper into this field. And she's a perfect example of a person who was very open to the ideas. And Green Deal for somebody might sound like quite a mystical topic, but she was the one who gladly accepted the challenge, and along with animal welfare law, together with her, they developed the new methodology for assessing zoos. And now, in the Lithuanian regulatory framework, we will be able to use now such concept as carbon farming. So she pooled her efforts with organic experts. So indeed, they contributed a lot, and they have paid the foundations for the future work. Initially, they might have different expertise, but along with the help of other experts, they could do quite a lot. The second story, maybe some of you may know Jone. She's one of our stars that we are always willing to speak about. She's the person who is an exemplary embodiment of patience and willingness to learn. She worked more on environment and education, and after program she stayed at the Ministry of Environment, and we're very happy to have learned that very soon this year Dam Bastas is going to be released as a video produced with the help of Jone, and Jone is basically a champion of Lithuania. She travels all across the globe and tells the story of Lithuania. And sometimes people bring their stories and they are aware what would be the way forward, but you need to be open to the views of others as well. You need to appreciate the fears or the doubts of the opponents as well in order to be able to find the best way. And basically that was thanks to Jone's contribution that now a major solution was made in opening up the Lithuanian dams, basically removing the dams in Lithuanian rivers. And finally, Benas, from this year's participant, he's an expert in forestry. I remember my first interview with him, and he said that, well, I do understand that a forestry engineer when I go to work for the public sector, but we're very happy to receive people of various expertise. There were people among our experts who were analyzing and studying the grains used for planting seedlings in forests, and indeed they have very narrow area of expertise, but they were very valuable. At the moment, he works with the Department of Environment Protection, and we teamed him up with an IT expert, and now they're developing automatic tracing of the violations in forestry management. It would be rather difficult for one IT expert to do it, as well as it would be a difficult task for a forestry expert. But once you team these two together, then we have a very unique product that they are developing. So indeed, there are a couple of examples of the people that we're looking for. If some of you might also have some idea, I know somebody who lives in Australia, Brazil, in London. We have also people coming back from Philippines, from all across the world, who may be bringing their own unique approach to numerous issues, and we're indeed looking forward to receiving them. So to conclude my speech, I would like to say that even by working for the public sector, you may achieve major breakthroughs, and the fact that Jone stayed in the public sector, she also contributed to the law, amendments to the law on the water bodies. So I think that it is always worthwhile for everybody to try your hands at working for the civil service, because there is the area where the huge changes are being made. You can act voluntarily, free of charge. You can act within your family. So you can come to work for the public sector because all efforts are meaningful. And if you have any questions, how does our program work? And since I couldn't make it to be present today, you can write me an email. Here are my contacts on the screen. So you can drop me an email. So much about successful project implementers. Hopefully you found my presentation interesting, and let us hope that our discussion is going to be interesting.
Many thanks to Ieva, our last presentation, after which we will continue with our panel discussion. We have this. So we have a presentation on sports and creative recycling. And today with us, we have Simonas Sonkinas, who comes from Community DYI. and he is the one who works in the area of transforming skateboards. Hello, everyone. I am a skateboarder. I've been skating for more than 25 years. So what is a skateboard? Anyone can raise your hand who knows what that is? Yes, everyone knows that this is a skateboard. You know that we have a major problem related with skateboards. They break. So how it all started? So some 70 years ago, surfers were not able to train properly. So what they did, they just slashed the wheels in half, put them on the surf, and then went out to the streets. And while skating in the streets, the surf divers understood that the board was too big, so eventually it got smaller, smaller, and smaller. And some 30 years ago, we started with these professional circular endings of the skateboard. So this is how current skateboards look like. So this skateboard is produced from a very particular kind of tree, which is Canadian maple, and no tree was able and is still able to compete with this tree. It's very good. It's very stable. It's very flexible, but you can not take from the skateboarders that want to break the skateboard. So what happens is they cut the Canadian maple in Canada, and since all of the major factories are in China, so the first chain of logistics involved transporting maple trees from Canada to China, where the maple tree boards are cut into veneer, then they're colored, then they wait until the order comes in. So around after 1 month after the tree is cut, the board is made. Then it takes another month for it to dry, so that it's good and stable and fit. And it doesn't look like it's a broken skateboard. It has the ends, it's not broken, but when it came to Lithuania, it got into the hands of our very professional riders, and it breaks within 3 weeks. So Canadian maple is very expensive. You just cannot buy just like that in Lithuania. It's a very exclusive type of tree, which is usually used for big, long-term or furniture, and we skateboarders break it real fast. So what do we do with these boards? They break, but we have to do something with them, because otherwise they just would go to the dump. As you've seen, it's 95% made of a perfect material. I like cars. I like this car culture. So I chose as my specialty to produce custom-made articles for cars. So the boards are very colorful, very different, and we do understand that the best business model is to do everything as custom-made items. But as a skateboarder who's been riding for so long, I'm not happy with that. I do understand that this transforming broken skateboards into things used to be used in cars is just like an educational thing. I can just tell younger skateboarders how to transform these skateboards, broken skateboards, into something beautiful, and it would involve just another type of activity related with skateboards. Back in the day, I also used to think that I would earn living from riding skateboards. I was professional. I would get everything for free, and I finished school thinking that I'd make living being a skateboarder. But in reality, this bubble just burst. So in 2008, all the sponsorships were cut. I went abroad and I just understood that everything goes from generation to generation, and you just have to start things on your own, do it by yourself. And when I came back to Lithuania, I started with this recycling thing. And as I've told you, it's not enough for me just to recycle these broken skateboards. You need glue, you need time. So it's some sort of an art more rather than a business. And this is what I would like to show to you, is a 100% recycled skateboard. So this is the material. So it's skate USB, skate MDF. The principle is the same as when producing OSB, veneer, or MDF. So it's very, very thin. It's all handwork. And usually if I wanted to buy something, I wouldn't be able to. So what I did everything by myself. I bought metal, I bought special equipment. I constructed that special equipment myself. So now we can already start building things on our own. So even when producing things from skateboards, I still have a lot of residual material. And now we already have these veneer plates, and OSB and MDF is produced from soft trees such as pine tree or fir tree. And in this particular instance, it's Canadian hard rock maple is totally different, and the quality of those plates would be totally different. So that would be a type of material produced by skateboarders to the world, so to say. And here you can see every different sheet has a different color. It's very specific, it's very unique. So we recycle everything by 100%. And now I'm busy building community. So we had a place, a physical place where everybody can just come in and find its place, his place or her place in skateboarding. So it's a big place. It has a sewing shop, a showroom, a skate park, a shop, and all of us, we are riders, skateboarders, and we want to help ourselves without asking somebody else's help or support. So we have a lot of waste, but then we transform this waste. So we do a lot of educational activities there. We talk to young people about sustainability. We talk about why it's important to recycle skates. And now people are not breaking boards into small pieces. It doesn't have to break absolutely to be unfit for use. If its endings are worn out, it's no good any longer. So what we're doing is we're creating a totally new approach towards skateboarding. So ever since a young person starts to ride, I mean, in other words, being able to earn living from skateboarding is difficult. So since we do not receive investment, we create that investment ourselves. So I think it's a great tool to educate young people here locally in Lithuania, and also just earn your own living or make your own living. And indeed, I might say I'm very selfish, and I have wanted to live off skateboards all of my life, and this is exactly what I'm doing right now. Thank you. Simas, please don't leave us now. Just join other guests at the panel discussion.
I would like to invite experts on consumerism, Rimantė Balsiūnaitė, Viktorija Nausėdė, the founder of Textile, Laurynas Virbickas. He is the vice president of the Regional Waste Management Center, and associate professor Inga Gurauskienė. Let us try and agree on the concepts. I'll start from you, Rimantė. What does it mean, consumerism, and when consumption becomes consumerism? Well, in very simple terms, it happens when we are consuming much more than we really need. And what kind of indicators are there? How can we understand it, we as people, as societies, or as the states? Well, starting from the waste, for instance. Okay, let us talk about the waste. Laurynas, it's your turn. You named a number of indicators of superfluous consumption or consumerism. I think that the better we are off, the more we consume. Well, the same holds true about education. If there is any new release, any new model of iPhone, and everybody wants to buy it as a status symbol, and we still do not have this understanding that our current models could be basically repaired. It is much more cheaper, well, allegedly cheaper to give them away for recycling. And some of these metals used in the production of such luxury items as iPhones, they come from a number of countries. But we do need to get this dopamine. And depending on what there is available on the market, then we can buy new models. If the situation got better, how would people behave? I think that people are getting more and more greedy, so to speak. They are willing to get something new. A couple of hundreds of landfills were closed in Lithuania. And now if we see any waste in a public space, people keep on complaining while all of a sudden this waste is not disposed of properly. So we're going to have a lot of work. Can we stop this consumerism? Is there any hope in that? I do not have high hopes in that. So I understand that some of us are much more hopeful. Maybe Viktorija has much higher hopes. At least your activities show the opposite. I think we cannot stop consumerism, but the level of or the form of consumption is going to change. And as soon as we slow down our consumption, then the quality is getting better. So in terms of the textile, at least we are trying to decrown the so-called fast fashion, or at least we might have discovered the ways how to slow down this engine, this driving force behind the fast fashion. It was very comfortable to live in ignorance. People were unaware about this huge waste being produced in textile industries. And luckily, thanks to our education and our consumers, basically by voting by their money, they started using other types of goods. They are managing to distinguish what is good or what is bad. And they are now becoming into this red flag or the green flag, that the consumers are now showing this trend to producers that we are no longer interested in this cheap, fast fashion. We need to get a balance. So I believe that this mode of consumption is changing. You gave the example from the fast fashion. Do you believe that this example could be replicated to other sectors where we can see the problem of consumerism? quality instead of quantity. I think this is a recipe for all the sectors. Innovations are born to introduce more quality in our life. And the quality is also linked with this happiness index. So I believe that this progress is indeed in the wind. So do you think we're going to be happier if we change our consumption habits? Well, we need to consume in order to get this dose of dopamine. But I guess, yes, we need to transform ourselves. And this is where we're heading to. In terms of consumerism as a phenomenon, what is the scale of this problem? What is the scale of this problem of consumerism? I think that we should talk about a consumer not only as a final player in this entire chain, because consumer is also the same company, the one which is using raw materials and producing the final product. And it is involved in the process of providing services or building a certain value for the society. We are all consumers from that point of view. Therefore, consumerism and all the negative connotations related to that are highly relevant for everybody. And we have a lot of evidence. And now that I'm sitting in this overall company where people are talking about innovations and about the ways of attracting public attention, I could mention a day of overexploitation of natural resources. Are you aware when is a day? I know that this clock is ticking, and today is the 10th of November. So let it be known to everybody that as of the 28th of July, we are living basically on a credit at the expense of other states or third countries or developing countries, or we are living at the expense of future generations because we are overexploiting our resources and we are over-consuming. We are satisfying our whims rather than needs. How will we be able to pay back the debt? This is what we're doing. The European Union is drafting its Green Deal. We're looking for the ways how to become carbon neutral. And these are all the measures which should compensate and change our direction so that we can develop renewable materials instead of using only single-use materials. And we need to make sure that the value of the materials needs to be maintained for as long as possible. And the compensation mechanisms, there are very many. How much could the science help us or be as an obstacle for us in order to harness this consumerism? How can we use science for this benefit? Talking about this traditional linear economy and marketing as such, we have neuroscience, where everybody is thinking how to persuade the person that to buy more, even if there is no any need, because this is what this marketing or neuroscience techniques are all designed to work. But if we are talking about science, the one that Kaunas University of Technology or Environmental Engineering Institute stands for, we have to focus and we have to think that production and consumption are partners. And that even at the stage of production, we should be able to make decisions, not only within the company, how to produce more environmentally friendly, but also how to make our products. Design is also one of the ways, best ways how to solve consumerism, because at the time of developing a product, we decide what raw materials we're going to use. In terms of our own personal preferences, Simonas, you have reformulated your preferences to the community and to yourself, and your skateboards are not only breaking, but they're also being transformed. So how does this transformation happen? What we did, we stopped the process because this Canadian maple is being cut for skateboards, and we wanted to reuse those broken skateboards so that it is being used in other markets. Whatever we produce is not related in any way to skateboarding, and skateboarders can carry on regardless. They can still board their skates, and we find ways how to reuse broken skateboards. There are 28 million of skateboarders around the world, especially given that now it has become an Olympic sport as well. So we may be talking about 300,000 of skateboards sold. Nobody is interested in the figures, well, because nobody really cares what is happening with these broken skateboards. And now that we have become an Olympic sport, I think that people start to do the maths. And skateboards, I believe they should be even higher compared to the fast fashion, because we do produce a lot of waste, and we also need to dress accordingly, and all those shoes and everything. As soon as we get on our skate, whenever we break it, we buy something new. There are new shoes, new specialty shoes, new specialty skate. The more you, the more professional you are, the more new items you may need. And this problem even is not taken as a problem, or is not perceived as a problem, because skateboards are not considered to be as a major waste. And this is our own, like a grassroots understanding that we shall not waste such a valuable product. When did you start thinking like this? You had to learn that the skateboards are produced from Canadian maple. You had to pull a community willing to transform this broken skate. So how it all evolved? You cannot impose any idea upon somebody. Starting from recycling, there were many critics or skeptics, pessimists, who said that what I was doing, they were doubting that it had any value. I was a true believer that broken skateboards could be reused or reprocessed 100%. I was keen on gaining expertise, and with time, and by the way, those pessimists even boosted my willingness to prove that they were wrong. And this is what skateboarders are known for, that they are trying to do. They are basically rebellious people. And that is basically, I learned also this feature that whenever I fell, I would always stand up and do the same. And this is what I learned from the skateboards. I can stand up after numerous falls, and I still would be going on and carrying on what is interesting for me. And Laurynas, maybe you have any hope after what you have heard from the other speakers? Yes, and by the way, we have already bought some items made from broken skateboards. And it's a good example when skateboards are being made from one type of wood. If we were using not composites or any mixtures, then I think this is where the future lies. Boards, when they are made 100% from Canadian maple, they're easily reusable, and there are some companies which found the ways how to upgrade the production of skateboards, and they add additional layer to the usual Canadian maple, and they are much more difficult to reuse. And you mentioned that carbon is not necessary on the skateboard. Rimantė, what shall we do not to have unnecessary innovations? I think that it is very important. Well, knowledge is the key. We have to educate and to raise the awareness. And in terms of processing, you have to admit that even myself, I'm unaware of the main facts. So you have to expand the knowledge, and consumers need to be knowledgeable in order to make informed decisions. Can the state do anything about it? Yes, because everybody has to do their bit, and we should be all acting as a team. And this means that we have to involve the academia, universities, businesses, and the state, and we have to try and deal with this problem. Inga, from the state point of view, how can we act against consumerism? Because there are many people who say that if we are producing a lot of products, our economic indicators are indeed improving, where to find this golden mean?
So probably GDP indicator shows that we are trying to grow and grow and grow. And from the perspective of sustainable growth, you cannot grow perpetually. There's a bigger number of people on Earth, and the Earth has to pay the price. So it's very natural that we have to take some decisions, and we are probably in a better position because we are a part of the European Union. We do not need to reinvent the bicycle. We follow the steps or the guidelines of the European Union. And if we remember, back in 2015, all of the member states took this common agenda, but then after several years, you see that the efforts are lacking. They are not simply enough. So it looks like we need again new decisions, new solutions. And European Union took this responsibility. It wanted to ensure more competitiveness, but also to follow the path of cooperation. So green transformation pays off. It pays off in the long run. But then the question is on how do we agree about what proportion of obligations each and every social partner takes upon itself. Recently, businesses have announced this the slogan, so to say, of sustainable consumption, and companies encourage each other to educate their consumers, making sure that not only do they buy more, but also that efforts are made to educate customers. So indeed, we need to educate consumers, and we need to understand that all of us are on the same boat, in the same boat. So do we have tools, maybe tax inspections, that incentivize people to think about this short-term goals and just help to guide their thinking? Well, if we look at our Nordic neighbors, so they encourage indeed refurbishment, repair of old equipment, and there are all sorts of concessions to these companies or services. In terms of the situation here in Lithuania, we have the system of expanded responsibility of the producer, which should encourage not only the management of waste, but also of repair. And as far as I know, the Ministry of Environment is also creating a policy for textile producers. So more and more countries are following this road. Netherlands are starting next year. We also have France and Sweden already engaged in this policy. And it's helps to solve some problems, and I think that these solutions, they are very relevant and they will pay off in the long term. Laurynas, what would you do to encourage this? I was just looking at these apples, and well, it's the end of the day. We just have to eat them, consume them, so to say, so that we do not throw them away, and maybe we will be an example. We just have to use as much as we need, not we want. We have to be able to tell the difference between needs and wants. If you were a government official, what would you say? Well, policies change. They change every 4 years, and different governments interpret some issues slightly differently. At some point in time, we had the moment when European Union was in the process of its birth, so to say. Now we have more municipal involvement. We will see what is better, what pays off better. But then, well, my main message is we need more positivity. Victoria, you were able to come up with some positivity. So you are an example of how to make it, to turn it into a business opportunity. Well, again, I started with from my professional background. I talked about waste. I talked about textile. But then I myself, I used to be a consumer. I am a consumer. I'm not intending to stop consuming. Whereas earlier I would buy myself a lot of new clothes as a way of giving a gift to myself, so to say, or rewarding myself. Now I have found some different ways of how to reward myself. So what is important, I think, is creativity, interdisciplinary thinking, and of course, knowledge. We need knowledge one way or another. So I talk about this sustainability everywhere. We talk about sustainability everywhere, but we also have to know the basic things, or the very basic things. And if you want to be successful in creating these new business models, you have to have the proper knowledge base. So that would be the recipe of how you turn challenges to opportunities. And of course, environment around us also influences us. So while looking at our journey, there were lots of ups and downs. It was a roller coaster ride, so to say. So to a certain extent, maybe sometimes you'd like to have a smoother ride, but then on the other hand, the challenges, they are also okay. And on the other hand, sustainability is something which you look at as a marathon, not as a sprint. So what about the future, or the figures in the future? Or what figures do you see as your objective, maybe? Well, perfectionists maybe never see the goal or the final figure in their mind's eye. So we have already been able to achieve some of the figures that we wanted, and sometimes a message, a positive message, which tells us that we create value, added value. So that's already a payoff, and that's a great reward in itself already. Whereas thinking about our future results, I'm completely sure that systems similar to ours are necessary, they're needed. We see examples from abroad that they are okay. And these new business models, which engage consumers to create things together and reap the benefits together, they are very perspective. Simonas, we talked a lot of good words about your work. So does it pay? Is it good? Well, it does pay off. So the thing is with the skateboarders, we have so many skateboarders everywhere. So it's a very communal sport. So if I go to Barcelona, I'd be accepted right away as one of our own. It's not the same with basketball. Well, maybe sometimes. So anyway, it's a tightly knit community. You have to ride for a couple of years, and then you understand how it affects you. So the final payoff will only be felt when we become global. So in Lithuania, we just started working more actively at the beginning of this of coronavirus pandemonium. So I already understand that there's a long way ahead of us. Maybe we as skateboarders will be able to fix our own problems. I mean, with these broken skateboards. So we are on this path of sustainability. We are bringing up a new generation of young people. They're at least 10 years younger than me. They believe it. They are getting ready for it. So I think we're starting from scratch, from education of the very young people. And it serves the purpose of sports. So I think the payoff or the benefits will be to the sport itself. So we are already able to reduce the costs already. And so in effect, what we do is we take skateboarders' trash, we sell the product. So what happens is that this board, which was to be used by the skater only for a short period of time, it travels or lives on in other people's homes or cars, like with the things we produced for cars, which I've shown before. So what happened with me was I would just buy a new skateboard, break old one, buy a new one, break it, and buy a new one again. So as a professional athlete, you just have to promote your supporters. You have to break skateboards. Skateboarders are not rich people usually. So what happens is that some companies even do not invest that much in the quality of skateboard, and it breaks faster. But when you think of the fact that one Canadian hardwood maple grows, or it takes for it almost 70 years to mature, so that's mind-blowing. So I understand that you are that type of circular economy, which is tangible. You can touch it. I mean, you transform, and can you generate profit from that? So if you just wanted to have make a business, would that be okay? So it's an okay business. So these products which I do, it allows me to make my living. It allows me to speak in front of you. So I have created a job for myself. I've created a product which allows me to just earn my living. So it's both. I believe it pays my living, and it also adds value. And I'm really interested in this area. And as I see it, nothing similar has been created yet in the world. So we are unique in this sense. And in other countries abroad, there are no systems like ours. So in other countries, a typical skateboard recycler is just one person. However, we are already moving into the area where we might even be talking about having a bigger operation going on rather than a one-man operation. So so this veneer, which I have shown to you, it so maybe even we could start recycling skateboard materials which become waste in China already, because as you have seen, these the skates are of a specific shape. They are and at the very first time, the waste is generated in China, not after skateboarders. So we are thinking big already. Okay, let's finish our discussion. And Inga has referred to 2030. So how will we consume in 2030? Well, it's all up to us. We can forecast or make forecasts, but we have objectives. And these objectives are very good. We see that our consumers are being empowered. They're being empowered not only to buy and have things, but they're also empowered to make change. So my colleague just to the right of me is a great example of circular economy, of how you solve social issues, etc., etc. So all of the theory we have seen being turned to practice. So empowerment of consumers is very important. And the fact that consumers will be able to see warranty of a product that are long-term, so that's very important. So producers will have to inform users if their products are not sustainable. And I think this will serve as a positive agent of change. And maybe in 2030, or maybe well later, we will have many more good examples, good practices, and maybe there will be more action and less talk. Rimantė, 2030, when I refer to this date, what do you see in your mind's eye? Well, I see that at that point in time, it will be a new hipster thing, a new cool thing. So everyone simply will want to be a sustainable eco user. It will be a status symbol, maybe. So it will be a cool thing to do in 2030. In general, I see some beginnings of that already. Victoria, what do you think when your business goes big, 2030? What other great things will we have in the world? So fashion analysts forecast that in 2029, the second-hand market will double, and it's happening even faster. And the second-hand market, the second-hand fashion, so to say, is very rapid, very quick. So it's a great thing for those who work in this area. I would also like to add that as time goes by, we see that the boundary between what's old and what's new is going away. And I think that's a great thing that might happen, because I also wear pre-worn things because, well, in effect, the clothes I'm wearing, I wore them a week ago. So it doesn't matter who wore those clothes. and really the quality of clothes don't go that much down with every single wear. So if we try and sell not a thing or a piece of clothing, an item of clothing, but an emotion, great style, great emotion of contributing or generating value, so that will be a much more sustainable way. Simonas, what do you think? How many franchises will we have? Well, there's one thing I didn't mention. You asked whether that pays off or not. So one board might buy 5 new ones. But what happens is, if you transform the old skateboard and then you can buy 5 new boards with 1 old new board. So the head cap I'm wearing that you see, it used to be again an old piece of clothing as well. And they even preserved the logo. There's another example of Volt company, where the blazers of their drivers are again transformed instead of utilized. So I think that by 2030, we will be saving more. And in terms of our business or skateboarding business, so I think that by this time, we will have achieved a level where we might say that that's a cheap and a great possibility to express yourself. But it may look cheap, but skateboarding isn't cheap when you start riding. Laurynas, the last but not yours, how are you planning to work? Well, I think we all want to live better so that we're able to spend money wiser, have things that are more useful. Before that, we spoke that sustainability is becoming a new type of religion. Christianity is getting weaker, but well, if sustainability takes the place of Christianity, maybe that's, well, a positive thing, who knows? So I think we will have a positive world. Well, that was the word of Laurynas. Thank you, everyone, for having been a part of this conference. Please leave best wishes in the book, which you will find in the hall downstairs. Please grab a couple of apples so that we don't have to transform it, so to say, or recycle them. And I'd also like to thank partners of our conference, Žabolis and Partneriai, and L Rytas LT, our info partner. Thank you very much.